Yeah, hello everybody and welcome back to Wobbleville. We have something a little bit different for you today. This is, well, actually technically yesterday was the day of all of the superb dauntless action at the Battle of Midway. What I thought, and I've been wanting to paint this thing for forever, for the longest time. We'll be kind of, hey Armored Wolf, hopefully today's been a little bit easier. Okay, so that it does still rotate a little bit, mostly just so I can get the stuff out of the way. And this right here is a dauntless. We actually went with the Richard Best dauntless. So instead of the markings on the box, which were from, oh, I think it was a USS Wasp, I wanted Richard Best from the Enterprise. So we did find some markings here. We're in the process still actually of making some markings on this. Once we get the markings done, then we have to paint our pilot and gunner, and then we have to do some other little things, and then we have to try and add some weathering, other shading, if that's possible. I will see what we can actually get on screen. I have no idea. This I knew this was going to be kind of on the larger side, as we got Valfera in there. How you doing? Nice to see you, Valfera. So yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a challenge to keep it on screen completely here. And what we're going to have to do, I see here, is make some little adjustments to some of our stars. That's the first thing we'll do, is we'll get out some more of our white paint here. And we're going to be using acrylics, at least to start here, because if we're going to be doing any kind of oil washes, glazes, or whatever over the top of that, well, we need the paint to be dry underneath there. And since I've got to handle this thing like crazy, well, guess what? We also want to, here, I'm going to get this water out where I can actually maybe reach it. So we might be moving some things around.
Say we all.
Hey, Danny M, and Be Good, thank you so much, Be Good. That is appreciated. Thank you so much for that subscription. It's going to be a little bit difficult doing this, I see, because this item is a little bit wider than normal. So Danny M, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Saturday, all that good stuff. And I'm pretty sure even at this point, it's still Saturday for most folks, even in Europe. Now it's getting close. It's probably 11 o'clock in Germany or something like that, I'm thinking right now. And Danny M calls out the host with the most. They ride to ruin and the world's ending. They're like, wait, how come we don't get planes? That would be like way better than, we got like sticks and horses. Why don't we get planes? It's like, because you're not cool like we are. So thank you very much for that, host. That is appreciated. Let's see. Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. So again, this is going to be a little bit different than what you're used to seeing here, especially since we're. I was not wanting to hand do all of these, all of this stuff here, but there was just no way around it, because sadly the decals were just all wrong. No oils here, Valfera. It was just, we took a circle here, we drew it with a pencil, and then we took some stars, we drew those out and traced those with a pencil. So no oils here. This all had to be acrylics, like I was saying earlier, because obviously I have to be touching this thing. So we won't be doing the oils until it's really just that sort of a weathering time. Then we can get to the oils. No glasses today, Velfera. I am farsighted, or nearsighted, so don't need any glasses. We do have our magnifying light as always. The magnifying light is not on, but we do have our magnifying light. So yeah, I think you can see, I think maybe you can see some of the pencil right there, maybe a little bit of it. I've tried to get rid of it as much as I can, so you can't see too much pencil there. Here, let's all right, there we go. And I just got to make sure that these are reasonably solid on the white here. And since we're using the acrylics, it's going to take a few coats, obviously. But at least these guys, they'll be dry. Don't have to worry about them there. Say, Sammy Poo, how are you doing? So, Danny M, yeah, it's just if I didn't have to do all this stuff myself, then it wouldn't have been as big a deal. But since I had to, sadly, do all of these things freehand, that made things a little bit more complex. The markings just weren't right. If I was just doing a dauntless or whatever, a generic thing, it wouldn't have mattered so much. But I really wanted something specifically from Midway. And of course, once I saw the Richard Best markings, I said, well, we have to at least try to do that. So again, we're just gonna get some cleanup here on some of these. And I thought, well, I left one over here so that people could kind of see it from start there. Valfera, that's just the inside, or that's just the cover of a Pringles can. So obviously nothing super special right there. You know how we don't like to use fancy things here on the channel. Or pretty much at all, apparently. So yeah, those are just, they're just some Pringles container lids. Because I can just throw these things away. Underneath it is the oil palette, because that's what I'm really going to need for later. If I want to do all the weathering and that sort of stuff. I think we'll have to figure out where we're going to hold this. Might have to hold it by the tail. If we're going to do the weathering everywhere else. Or we just don't do it on the bottom half. So that it's very likely that the bottom half here either is going to get some maybe acrylic weathering or some weathering powders or something like that. That is another option. We could liquefy some weathering powders and use those down here. So who knows, you might see that. And maybe we use the master medium, see what happens with that. Sammy Poo. So Sammy Poo, what other streams were you watching there? Yeah, the reason we're doing this is obviously the anniversary of the Battle of Midway. And of course, the Dauntless dive bomber is the greatest plane in the history of planes. So that is why we're going to give it some special attention today. I've been wanting to do something like this for at least 3 years. Yeah, I think it was 3 years ago I first got this model kit, and it's not an expensive model kit. So it's not super accurate. So for people that are looking for ultra accuracy from this model kit, you are not going to get that, because this was very inexpensive. There was some colossal mold lines and parts didn't really fit together very well. I was just hoping I could get it to be one piece for today. That was about the best I could hope for. An old one with the Dothrakis, because the Dothrakis, okay. Yeah, Sammy Poo, a bunch of stuff came in from Malta of all places. So we're going to be doing, I think, Kingsmen, Queensmen, and Rose Knights for the Baratheons. So that's coming. We will be doing those here. Hopefully this dark blue is still alive. Looks like it still is. Looks like it still is. Oh, Valfera, these are just some Reaper paints. That's all it is. No special things. It's just some Reaper paints. Some of the, like a Reaper kind of bleached bone white or whatever. And just a dark blue Reaper paint. And that is it. And nothing special. Let's see. Valfera, it might have had a higher performance, but the Corsair did not change the war in 15 minutes. Without Midway and without scratching those 4 flat tops, there might never have been a Corsair. No, it might have had Japanese markings on it, but might never have been a Corsair. It was really good. Of course, it couldn't land on a carrier. It took the British to figure out how to get that stupid thing to land on a carrier. They had a very unfortunate tendency to crash on carrier landings, which is not a surprise given the way it was, given the design of it, and the fact that the pilot is sitting aft of the tail, pretty much. It's a miracle anybody could land that thing on a carrier. Hey, Sergey, how are you doing? Hey, DiMarino, how are you doing? So we we had to take drastic measures with this because all of the decals were completely wrong for Midway. So I had to just freehand all of this stuff, literally freehand all of it on there because there were no such decals. We had to just do it ourselves, which that was interesting to say the least, I gotta say, because I assembled this thing and Armored Wolf knows this thing got assembled at about 3 o'clock in the morning after last night's stream, and then we just we hustled this thing together, and then earlier today I just sprayed some primer on it. Literally just primer, because hey, look at this. Oceanic blue, right? Boom. There you go. Done. Hey, Talls, how you doing? Thanks, DiMarino. So, DiMarino, you know, this is the thing I've been talking about doing for years and years now. Finally getting a chance to do it. The stars kind of aligned. I think last year there was some kind of a virtual convention this weekend here or whatever. So Valfeira, I do actually have a Corsair kit. Well, I have a bunch. I have a Corsair. I've got an ME262. I have a Sturmovik. I've got a Fogalore. I actually have a B25 too. So actually, if this works out, who knows, Valfeira, you might be seeing some of those other planes. You know, Valfeira, I was very disappointed. I went to look on Amazon, and of course, there's 1,000 different versions of Shattered Sword, none of which are audiobooks yet. It's you would have to pre-order it, and it would be, I don't know, several weeks before it actually would be shipped out or whatever. So that was a little bit disappointing, was that Shattered Sword is still not available as an audiobook. I have to say, that was kind of disappointing. I'm glad you're doing well there, Talls. I'm kind of happy just being able to do this, because this is something that I've wanted to do for the longest time. All kidding aside, it's been years that I've wanted to do just this. And if it works out, when it gets to be around December 7th, I want to also be painting a 1/700 scale West Virginia that I've got, because, you know, that would be very fun. And in fact, we are going to take our primer there. Also, not get it on the plane. Let's just make sure we haven't fudged any of our markings down there. And what we're going to do is a little bit of mixing here. And we're just going to make a little change to the dimensions of our symbol here. Little bit of a change. Let's see. Oh, your friend, they were back up and running. So Talls, was it a smaller scale? So let's see. The smaller scale probably was Flames of War. If it was a larger scale, more like 28, that was probably Bolt Action. And I mean, obviously, you could probably tell from a great distance what scale the figures were at. So I'd be curious to know. I mean, obviously, most folks are they focus in on June 6th, right? That's kind of their big focus. For me, it's always been basically June 4th through the 7th. That's always been my focus. Here, and now we've got to also clean up this area. Again, we're just taking literally regular paint, mixing it with primer. And now we're just going to try and do a little bit of cleanup here. I'm just going to assume that these initials here are for the two crew members aboard, Best being the pilot and his gunner. All right, that cleans that up nicely there. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so yeah, Charles, that was most likely then a little bit of a Flames of War. Well, that's cool. Glad they were able to get that going. So, DeMarina, I hope that you had fun with your fun with that being the first time back in a long time, right? In a very long time. Now, yeah, I got the 262. The Sturmovik is huge. It makes this thing look small. That thing is massive. I do have a bunch of 1/72nd scale planes that were given to me. They actually will fit on screen a little bit better now that I think about it. Hey, Tukale, how are you doing? Let's see. I want to try paint historical minis, but then the big piles. Yeah, Sammy Poo. Well, yeah, we have some of our other stuff with us here, which is so we've got one of our Samoas there for our French. Look at this. Look at this. We have our French Foreign Legion and Anorak right there. We also have Flampanzer. Look at that. Little Sharby with the flamethrower on it. Very good idea. And of course, we have some of our Winter Bolsheviks right here. There you go. Let's see. What do we have here? So, Monster Bucket, how you doing? Yeah, Monster Bucket, this is something that I've wanted to do for many years, but specifically, I think I've had this kit for 3 years now, and I've desperately wanted to do this, and this is my first chance to actually get to do it. So I'm really happy about that. I wasn't sure if I was ever going to get a chance to do that.
So say we all. So say we all.
Look at this Beef in the hole. Hey, Beef, nice to see you again. Glad that plane was it was grounded, so to speak. Beef in the hole, 14 months since the very beginning. So how you doing there, Beef? So yeah, I have been wanting to do a Midway tribute for the longest time, and this is really my first chance to get to do that. So I'm just really happy about it. Now, of course, we have the challenge of trying to get the dive planes working here. So we're just gonna take a little bit of time here. Now, I'm not quite sure that the actual just the Enterprise version of these had red on the inside of the dive planes, but or the dive panels, but we're not going to bother with that. That's just going to be too hard to do. So we'll just we'll go with what we have here. Here, let's get a little bit of separation in there. Yep, Valfera, they're all 1/48 scale because obviously I wanted to have these for bolt action. Actually what I need to find is a whole bunch of Junkers transport planes in 1/48 scale because I need that for my Stalingrad campaign and the Kessel. And I haven't been able to source those. You know what? I wonder if there's any, speaking of 3D printing, that's what I got to start looking for. I have to start looking for 3D printing files. Who knows? Maybe there's some 3D printable Junkers transports or something like that. And I could just have a runway lined up with them. And then all of a sudden at the end of the runway up shows a T-34. Just like the Kessel. Hey, Monster Bucket. Yeah, my dad was in the Marines. He was actually training in New Zealand, most likely for Operation Olympic. I'm pretty sure that's what they were training everybody for at that point. All right, we got those guys ready to go. So, Beef in the Hole, I hope that you're having yourself a good Saturday. All right, let's get some of our, again, a couple holes in here. All right, so that is supposed to be there. I was looking at that going, huh. Now, the crazy thing about the older kits like this is that the plastic glue sort of works but doesn't work. So from now on, when I do these things, I'm just gonna use my super glue at this point. I actually do have several 1/48 scale vehicle kits, mostly because, well, at the time Warlord wasn't making those vehicles. They also weren't terribly expensive. So I do have a whole bunch of 1/48 scale vehicles. Actually, my here, let me see if I can snag. Boy, I don't know if you can see it here. You might not be able to see it, but oh, you can see it all the way back there with the blast marker on it. The old, was it the 234? I think it was the SDK 234. Yeah, that way in the background there. So that was my bridge to Nouvion battle right there. The Germans trying to cross the river to get at the French there. Yeah, oh, there's my early war French. Yeah, Monster Bucket. Yep, Mannix. That's the ones that I'm after. So I don't know if anybody makes 3D printable files of those, but if they do, that would be really interesting. Now, of course, I can't find the 3D file. It was basically a Corsair ship in 3D, an STL file, and of course, I can't find. I thought I had the site saved. I think I don't know. Maybe I must have closed that particular window. But basically,
So
what I
say
want to
we
be able to
all.
have is a bunch of those things lined up on the end of a runway or something like that with a bunch of snow, obviously, and the Russians show up. And thank you so much, Monster Bucket. That is appreciated. We'll get you a little bit of a toaster with the plane out of the way. Thank you so much. Uh, so Monster Bucket, the first thing that gave me the idea, it was back at Adepticon, and this was I think it was the first year in the new hotel, maybe. And somebody had some B-17s. It was obviously kind of a runway type of a thing, and it was an airfield, and they were fighting over the air, kind of like Henderson Field, or no, what was the what was it called on Guadalcanal? What was the airfield called there? It was basically a fight over an airfield, and I thought that would be a really, 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 really nifty thing to do. Let's see, gonna end up having to send it to a museum. Was being thrown. Wow, pun expected. That's talk about a piece of history there, pun expected. That's really cool. Wow. And where'd you get that? Uh, Being thrown out at an estate sale. Of course. Wow. You would think that they would just see something like that and say old map, and they would just, I don't know, they would think a little bit more of it than just, well, that. But I guess not. I guess not. So it was Henderson Field. Okay. And the idea was that it was just another. It was a scenario where they would fight over an airfield, whatever, and literally those big old B-17s right on the ground were being used as cover. Talk about blocking line of sight. Those guys are kind of big, so yeah, they were definitely blocking some serious line of sight. I'm gonna get this thing out of my way here because I keep forgetting about the wingspan on this guy. So yeah, there was definitely a lot of craziness with mold lines and just joints not matching or meeting up here. So we did the best we could at 3 something o'clock this morning just to try and get this thing as presentable as possible. Sorry to smash into the camera there. That's gonna probably happen a couple of times. Yeah, Valfira, that was the thing, is they were a bit on the pricey side, and you have to figure that I'd want at least 4 of them, maybe as many as 6. So that made it a little bit oh, shall we say, out of range for us, just a little bit. I'm gonna see if I can't find. And we do have these guys here. Remember those? These are pretty fun too. Yeah, let's maybe grab some of these out here too. So here, let's keep our aircraft out there where we kind of look around for a couple little things here that we can maybe use. Let's see. Yeah, Velfir, and obviously they're not the smallest kits in the world, are they? So I can understand that they would be sort of expensive. I can definitely understand that. I'm just looking. Okay. These are the ones that I was kind of looking for here. So this is our liquid dust from Green Stuff World. And I don't know, let's see what this can do on the bottom half over here. First though, let's reinforce our white on that if we can. So like I was saying, we're probably gonna have to do this down here in some form of acrylics because we have to hold this thing somewhere, and it's probably gonna be there. And we'll just snag this here. I think we're going to water it down a bit, maybe. Nah, maybe even a little more. So we get a chance to see what the liquid liquid pigments from Green Stuff World can do outside of just a base, because we've never used these things on anything else but bases. So this should be kind of interesting to see too. Where's my little spritzer thing here? I'm actually going to spritz that and get some water out here just so that I have some water to work with. And then we'll just push some of this around here. So that's kind of interesting. I thought this would be a fun experiment. Will it work? Will it not work? Who knows? But at least we'll know. Let's see. 24 by 16 inch and 170 parts. Well, it sounds about right, doesn't it? Here, let's just... Wow, this stuff actually... you can really extend this. I don't have much on the brush. There's very little on this brush here, so this is actually kind of interesting. I gotta say, I'm kind of impressed with this. Who would have thought? Using the liquid pigments to actually... well, there's something here. It's not a base. Let's try it over here too. Again, we're just gonna throw some out there with some water. And then who knows, maybe we dry brush some white over the top of it. So DiMarino, yeah, this is the first time in a while here on the channel I get to actually do some historical stuff, right? Here, let's carry this down. It does have some decent capillary action, I guess you could say. Not too bad. Here, let's press you down some more in there. Take some away over here. So that's not working too bad. DiMarino's headed off for a little bit of nappy time. And since we got all this water here, what I was hoping is I could maybe... Here, let's maybe try one of these smaller brushes right here. And it's going to go right here along some of these rivet lines. And that's... Wow. I don't know, maybe I don't have to... I'm going to have to maybe get some more of these. Oh, actually, I don't know if people saw... sometimes time for some Napoleonics. So, DiMarino, when you said nap time, I was like, huh, I wouldn't mind me a nap time right now. Here's another reason why we obviously wanted to do our stars now, so that we could just kind of do something like that, right? Just have some weathering go right through that thing. That was all oils. Would have been difficult to do something like that, for sure. There it is. Get some of this into here. Sleepy Slang, how are you doing? Happy Saturday. We're just enjoying our little Midway tribute right here. Again, this is something I've wanted to do for the longest time, so I'm really enjoying the liquid pigments here from Green Stuff World on something that's not a base. Because the last time I used these things, all kidding aside, was on this. On this base. That's the last time I used the Green Stuff World liquid pigments. So this is very fun. Danny, I will be going for quite a while. Now, I don't know how long we'll be doing this one here. It kind of just depends on, okay, how long does it take? Do I have to maybe just stop to let things dry or something? So if this thing is actually, if you want to call it done or whatever, or it reaches a point where I can't do anything more with it, I have tons of other things. You know, Danny M, there's a ton of other stuff that I could paint here. So we'll just grab something else to paint, right? But this is kind of, what's interesting is that it's settled down into these things kind of like dust would. So I gotta say, color me impressed with the Green Stuff World liquid pigments again on something else besides just the base. Now the bomb here, we are gonna get a little bit of olive drab on that, and actually these are smaller ones too. Sleepy Slang, they don't really say on here, but it is acrylic. It's not alcohol based. It does say it is acrylic. Yeah, water-based liquid pigment for creating weather effects. Doesn't require fixer, powder-like finish, and it is a powder-like finish. Because even on the bases, I noticed that, which is why I really like it. But it seriously is a powder-like finish. It's almost like using weathering powders, except no fixer, right? No fixer, and obviously it's acrylic, so that's another plus right there. It's I'm really impressed by it, I gotta say. And I've only ever used it on bases so far, and haven't had a chance to really use it on miniatures. Now here, this is another thing I just said, the heck with this. Obviously with the bomb release right here, I just glued this on afterward. I didn't need it to be mobile or anything like that. Now I did actually paint one other 1/48 scale aircraft. That was the Stuka, but it was a solid resin kit. And I had to, that was another one. It came with no decals, so I literally had to do all that stuff myself. That was kind of crazy, I have to say. Yeah, Sleepy Slang, it really, it's way less messy than the powdered pigments. Believe it or not, Sleepy Slang, what we've started doing here is taking things like the powdered pigments and mixing them with linseed oil and turning them into oil paints. No kidding, because this was the Green Stuff World liquid or powdered metal pigments, and then we took their fluorescent pigments and turned those into oil paints too. And we've been using those like crazy, like crazy. I think I've got what 8 different fluorescent colors or something like that now. They're really good. You get a chance to see those. Now, I do have, well, I still have all the Cruel Sea ships, but I do have some 1/700 scale ships. Now, of course, the diorama that I've been wanting to do for the longest time is, it's called From Pearl to Surigao. I have a 1/700 scale December 1941 West Virginia, and I have a 1/700 1944 Surigao Strait. West Virginia, and I wanted to have it be on a rotating, kind of a little, what is it, like a lazy Susan or whatever, right? One of those kind of things. And you spin it around, and on one side it's December 8th, 1941, and then on the other side it's August of 44, I believe, for a Battle of Surigao Strait. And you've got the modernized West Virginia in all its glory. Hey Joey, how you doing? Oh, so yeah, those are just the lids of Pringles containers right there. Oh, Angry Ham, we're getting to use the Green Stuff World liquid pigments on a miniature for the first time instead of just on a base. So this is really fascinating, I have to say. I know it's not terribly interesting to most, but oh, look at this. We have Nosferatu. Nosferatu, how the heck are you doing? How the heck are you doing? Thanks so much for that raid. Yeah, Nosferatu, this is the stream that I've been telling you about forever. Right? The Midway tribute stream. Now, I assembled this thing at 3 o'clock this morning. I just hit it with literally primer combined with some paint just to get the basics here. And we're doing the Richard Best Dauntless right here. So that's, and we had to hand paint all of these on because there were no decals that match this. So yeah, all that is just painted on by hand. Nosferatu a little bit wiped out by the yard work. So Nosferatu, hopefully you had at least a little bit of fun on your stream. Were you working on your orc ships again for, geez, why did I almost say Dreadfleet again? For Armada, that's it. For Armada. And of course we are painting my favorite plane ever, the Dauntless Dive Bomber here. And we're just trying to get this pesky little two-line marking here that Best had on his aircraft. Try not to snap anything off. We're literally just painting again with primer right here. Again, just trying to get that line nice and tight there. Yeah, I wish there was decals. Well, actually, I'm kind of glad there weren't decals because actually it was more, I would rather just paint these suckers on than actually try and do decals. So maybe I'm not so sad after all. But wait a minute, let me get this cleaned off here.
Little hobbits, spark my gun.
Hey, Thranule, thank you so much for that follow. Hello, little hobbits. Don't even say it, Gandalf. Don't even say it. Fly, you fools. Ha! Wow. Wow. Is that gonna happen all night long? It's almost like Gandalf and Guahir again. Yep, Nosferatu, I call it primer painting. We do it all the time. Actually, I have several videos on the YouTube channel. I mean, you can see it right here. There's, I just took that dark blue paint, mixed it with the primer, and that's what we did to get all of these different tones on the top here. Now, what we're using, so this is the liquid pigments from Green Stuff World. Usually, we're using it on things like bases like this. This is the very last time I used it, a few weeks ago. Now we actually get to use it on a plane, zipline. Let's see, Nosferatu is getting some Warhammer Underworld warbands assembled for some games tomorrow. Actually, I've got the new guys. What the heck are they? Oh, the Ossiarchs, the new Ossiarchs for that, and we got to get those guys assembled so we could start doing some videos on them. So this is really, I have to say, this is very impressive. Now, of course, on Instagram, what popped up in my, just like an advertisement, was some kind of airbrush stencil for weathering, for rain patterns and oil drips and all kinds of crazy stuff like that. Here, let's get this arrestor. Let's get the hook there. Let's get the tail hook with just some something on it there. There we go. And we'll just move some of these guys again out of the way because we got ourselves a bit of a wingspan here, right? And then I'm also going to do a little bit more here with our Green Stuff World liquid pigments. We might just take some of our off-white there and do a little bit of a dry brushy thing over the top of it. Well, Thranio, actually, for someone that's new to the oils, what you might want to do is actually take some of your leftover pieces, maybe even still on the sprue, and just maybe throw some primer on there, and just play around with the stuff on the sprue, and kind of get used to working with the oils. Because now, obviously, I have my, where the heck are you? So I do have my series that I did for the Army Painter thing on the Patreon page, but there is one video on YouTube. I did it on a YouTube live. I was painting a standard bearer for the new sisters. Now that was in oils. Yeah, that was in oils. So it is on the YouTube channel. So you might be able to get a couple of hints from that one. All right, Nosferatu. Well, we'll certainly be here. We're going to be here for a while. So we ain't going nowheres. We will be here for a while. And we're just going to play around here on our ventral side of the aircraft. I haven't had a chance to use that term in a long time. Here, I'm just going to take some of that away, just using a bigger brush. Now, we'll try and hit this with our metal medium too, and a couple of other parts there, but right now I'm just kind of focused on using this little bit of the Green Stuff World liquid pigments. Having some fun with that. All right. Then we'll have to hit the pilots with some color. That I might be able to do with the oil paints. I'm going to take a little bit of this away. It obviously the gravity got to it a little bit with some of the water there. Let's see if we can do something right on the leading edge, something that cuts across the insignia there. It's always fun to do stuff like that. I mean, heck, I see these things on airliners, so I think it's okay to have one of these on a dive bomber that is involved in some warcraft. And thank you so much, Nosferatu. That is appreciated. Thanks for the bitses. Let's see. So Thrandu, I have definitely done that on several miniatures. Actually, I just filmed a video where there was a skink that I had painted in bright yellow and green stripes, and the person said, nah, it has to be blue like all the other ones. So I actually painted acrylics over the top of that. Now, the thing is, you're going to have to wait for the oil paints to dry, obviously, because they're not going to go together. So you could paint the acrylics and then the oils over the top. Or you could go the other way, paint the oils first, let them dry, and then paint the acrylics on top of those because, well, my original plan anyway was to paint the oils over the top of acrylics right here. Now, I'm doing the acrylics down here because I have to hang on to this somewhere. And if this is acrylic, it means I can still hang on to this and I get the chance to try out the Green Stuff World liquid pigments too, right? So all the bonuses there. Thanks, Avenging Pineapple. This one was tricky because all of the decals were completely wrong. The only options were Guadalcanal in August of 42, and well, speaking of New Zealand here, so these were definitely not the options that I wanted at all. I wanted this to be Richard Best's Midway, so I had to basically abandon all of those. And look at this. Here's so there's my template for the circle, and then my template for the star, and I drew them on there, and then I just painted the guys, hoping that would work out, and it seems to. So this is a Dauntless dive bomber. Let me see if does it actually have the, there it is. So yeah, unfortunately, these were not the right colors or the right markings. I wanted Richard Best from Enterprise, so we had to get creative here, and well, painted a whole different color, and we also had to do these by hand. Yep, Avenging Pineapple. I used to make well, basically my own little models out of this thing out of modeling clay when I was 8 years old, something like that. And of course, we live 8 blocks from Midway Airport, so I learned when I was really young all about the Battle of Midway. Also, my dad was in the Marines in the Second World War, and everybody that I grew up around, all of our neighbors were all Second World War veterans. So, yep, there's lots of studying about Midway here, and that's why we're doing this as a little bit of an honor for the, well, the crew of Yorktown and Enterprise, and all those all those poor torpedo bombers flying around in the I believe they call that plane the Vibrator. That's not a toss violation. That's literally what they called that thing. I think it, yeah, it wasn't so much a devastator. It really is, well, unless you were the one flying it, then you got devastated. Let's see. Thranul, I don't use Payne's Gray anymore. It's basically kind of a useless color. So yeah, Payne's Gray has kind of been cast aside. Gosh, I think it's been many months since I last used Payne's Gray, and we'll get to Moria in a second there. Ruffles Minis. Let's see. Yeah, because of the whole oxygen thing. And of course, it was a little bit of a mess on the American side because too many guys were going for the same carrier. And was it McCluskey was going for the same carrier, and he took 3 planes with him and went and finished the job, so to speak. So what lurks in Moria? Not a dauntless dive bomber. Not actually a Balrog either. You think here, like you'd think that a Balrog is scary. You run across that in Moria with a bunch of goblins or something like that. You think that would be super scary? Nah, this is way scarier right here. Mimes. The Mimes of Moria. Jetez-moi. That says toss me. And yes, they wear top hats. They wear berets. They wear chef's hats. Of course, they're very safety conscious. They have an oven mitt there to handle those very hot baguettes. Look at Charles de Gaulle. It's only a 2-star general, but quite the mustache on him. Now, these two guys, they thought they were the true stars of the team. That's Francois and Pierre. They didn't do any blocking. They didn't do any tackling or hitting or any of that kind of stuff. None of those things, but they really liked like a fine Chablis, maybe a Pinot Noir, something like that. This was something that I did back in 2006, which meant there were no plastic goblins. There were just metal goblins. So I had to hack away at those things with pliers and just slice those things apart. Now, even on the trolls right here, I actually had to slice his hand open and pry open those fingers so that I could sculpt the little wine glass there for him. So Thranrule, it's if you have something like an indigo. Now, obviously, Egyptian violet is the color that I would really suggest for anything that is purple, so to speak. But you may not have Egyptian violet, and that's a Williamsburg color that's not going to be the cheapest in the world. So maybe that's where you substitute some kind of maybe diazonine violet or something like that, even though it's not quite the same thing. Maybe something like that. Now here we're going to throw a little dry brush in of some of that bleached bone here over the top of some of this. Sky King, no gray. We're just literally using some white here as a dry brush over the top of this. That glazing that you saw, that was the liquid pigments from Green Stuff World. Really fantastic stuff, I have to say. Typically, I'm using it on things like bases like that, but this is the first chance I've actually had a chance to use it on a miniature, so to speak. This is a little bit different than the usual miniature that you see me working on here, right? Let's see. So yeah, okay, I was like, is Nessie in the house here? And I caught on. I caught on. Yes, Payne's Gray. Moment of silence for Payne's Gray. Moment is over. Yeah, Payne's Gray sadly is not. It's the it's the devastator of colors, whereas Indigo is more like the dauntless of paint colors. Yeah, see, we'll go with that. See, that's wordcraft right there. Ah, look at that. We are able to actually pick out some of these rivets here. So this is working out fairly well. So Sky King Indigo replaced Payne's Gray. Oh gosh, probably 9 months ago or so, maybe longer. Yeah, at least 8 months ago, maybe 9 months ago. That was the end of Payne's Gray, for sure. And look at this. See, if I do this over the top, now I'm starting to. It's like some of the rivets have the paint is worn away where there's rivets there. This is why. Actually, I'm glad there were no decals for this. I'm so much happier that I could just paint these guys on here. Much happier. So yeah, Payne's Gray. I was never really super enthused about it, and then I just happened to get Indigo, and that was the end of Payne's Gray. Payne's Gray died really hard after that, and I haven't actually used it since. I might use it on some terrain at some point, but beyond that, it really has no function, unfortunately. Yep, Perline Black. That is really amazing. It's basically indigo green. Literally, it's like indigo green. It's some incredible stuff. Here, we're just gonna throw a little bit here over our landing gear, like so. Yeah, these liquid pigments from Green Stuff World. It only just occurred to me literally as I was like, you know what? Maybe I could use some of the liquid pigments for the underside here, for the ventral side, so to speak. And it kind of worked out, I have to say. Let's see. Well, Thranduil, again, I would suggest instead of going right to your miniatures, I would suggest painting some parts on the sprue. Just get used to painting some of the parts, and of course, you can't go wrong with. Now, of course, it could take me a while to find. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to find the ones that I'm actually looking for here. Of course, wait, maybe we'll find them. But just do stuff like this. Here, let me get that position. Stuff like this, where you're just taking different colors and you mix them with the usual light colors. This is our white, our brilliant yellow pale, a cadmium yellow deep, and just mix those same colors with those same colors. Just get used to how they work. Just get used to them. This way you get a chance to say, all right, what is the comparison of some of these colors together here? So I think you might want to do something like that. Again, it's something that I strongly suggest. Here, let me see. Oh, look at this. Yeah, that was pretty much the death of Payne's Gray right there. Was we realized just how insignificant a color that it was. Yeah. Hey, Flight Sim, how you doing? Yep. So Flight Sim, just like the intro says, this is obviously it's the time period of the Battle of Midway. So we are kind of honoring all the folks from Battle of Midway. I guess specifically you could say Richard Best, because we had to sort of fudge this, because again, the decals that came with this were not, they certainly weren't for this particular plane. So we had to scrap the decals, and we just went with our own. We just painted all of these on. Here's the, there's my circle template, and we even made a little template for the stars, and we painted those on there. So Thranduil, there's a starter set link for you that Armored Wolf has posted. And I used that starter set for years, and I mean years, before I ever got anything else. So that should be pretty good for you as well. Just to get started, right? Because you're starting out. So as a starter set, that might not be a bad idea for you to get. Here, you know what? I'm actually going to do this too, so that we can keep going with a little bit of our dry brushy stuff here. This is, didn't expect to have this much fun with it here. So yeah, obviously you're just going to get yourself a starter set, because it's going to have most of the things that you would normally use. You can always add stuff to it later on. That's what I did. I probably used that oil starter set for 3 years before I ever added anything to it. So it should serve you pretty well. I do have, well, obviously I've got tons of videos on the Patreon page, but there are videos on the YouTube channel, and also there are past sessions here on Twitch that you can watch like a YouTube channel, and they are all about painting dark colors like black, because black is not painted black. That's just the chief thing to remember. Black is not actually black. It's going to be blue. It's going to maybe be tinted a little bit green in some places. And I'll show you in a little bit when we can get to that. That's why I was trying to get some lighter tone on this cowling here. Again, would love to do that with oils right now, but for the moment, we're just going to hit it with the acrylics here. That's more like it. So here, like an example of this. So obviously a black rider, and none of this is black. You got a lot of blue up here. That's a lot of your indigo. The horse down here actually has some dark green in him right there. And of course, here's Saruman's black horse, but you can see there's a lot of indigo on there, just to give it that darker blue look. Here, let's make sure that's dry enough. We can even put some dust on this too. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, let's play with something right here. Where's that? Well, let's see what happens with the medium earth here. Now you do have to hear that sound that you hear there, that bouncing around there. You want to be hearing that sound. Now let's see if we can't put some dust here on these wheels. And hopefully what that's going to do is just sort of sink down into the crevices there. I do have some sponges somewhere. There we go. We normally are using these for oils, but we're going to use them for acrylics right now. So again, just getting a little bit of dust here on the wheels. And these are the Green Stuff World liquid pigments. A little bit of dust on there. And then we'll wipe some of that away too, because we would pretty much prefer it to be down into the crevices, yes? Now I don't need that much water on there. So yep, Thranduil, I would suggest, you could also find some of the old sessions on Twitch there where we're painting stuff that has black on it. And the Sauron thing, that's actually on YouTube right now. It's one of the last couple of sessions that we threw up on the YouTube channel, so it should not be that difficult to find. Also going to throw some of this on the bombs right here because they're supposed to be olive drab, and actually throwing a little bit of this over the top here might give that a bit of green. Who would have thought something that's yellow would turn something that's black almost like a green? At least an olive drab type of a green. Plus, makes them look a little bit dusty there too. All right, let's see if we can't on our radio engine there. Let's it's a little bit of our metal medium here. Let's say, Scooter, how you doing? So Thranru, I did use an airbrush on this thing because, well, for obvious reasons. Typically, just brush on prime. Everything that I was painting last night was all just brush on primer. Those skinks that you saw me painting, yeah, that was all just brush on primer. Here we're going to take just some of the metal medium here and almost use that a little bit transparently here over the top of this. It'll give it just a little bit of a glint. It'll keep it on the darker side too. There's a little bit of my yellow that's gotten in there, or my dust color anyway. That's the Angry Ham starter an experiment with the yellows and greens. Should have something to show tomorrow. Hey, Patique, how are you doing? Nice to see you again. Yeah, so it's always about, like Armored Wolf says, it's about the primer. So it's always the Stynylrez primer. Now here it was just very handy that the Oceanic Blue was very close to what I needed it to be. I just mixed it with a little bit of a darker blue. Just a little bit of darker blue regular paint. And here we're gonna throw a little bit of dust out on the end of this too. And there it is. So where's my sponge? I knew I had a sponge here somewhere. So Angry, I hope that you're doing well. And yeah, the Stynylrez is fantastic because you can brush it on. You can airbrush it on. You can do both. You can mix the primer colors together. There's at least 24 different primer colors. And there were supposed to be decals that go out onto the props here, but that's something I will deal with at a later date. That's not going to be tonight, for sure. Okay, that's more like it. I'll just rotate that around. I didn't think it was going to really help this much to make life easier, being able to rotate that, but it actually is, which is very cool. Hey, Drax, how you doing? So it's about 70 degrees there. It is definitely not 70 degrees here. It is definitely above 70 degrees, no doubt about that. It's definitely above 80 degrees. I do believe it's above 90 degrees here. So if everybody could please give Drax a follow, that would be fantastic. Because, well, Drax will be streaming again tomorrow. Well, tomorrow night, anyway. His usual evening streams there. So again, we could use the oils for the top part of this. We're just seeing what the liquid pigments from Green Stuff World can do in sort of a real world situation like this. So we'll get to the One True brush in a second here. Now we actually were using the One True brush earlier. Now, of course, well, speaking of weathering itself, let me see if I can find some of our more messed up versions of the One True brush. They're around here somewhere. There's all kinds of versions of it. Where's our red-handled one? So yeah, there we go. There's a One True brush Ooh, there's one that's gotten its little haircut there. Let me see. For whatever reason, yeah, I can't find some of my older ones that are sliced up. Ah, here's one. Yeah. So, where's a nice newer one here? So yeah, all of these are, it takes many forms, but it is the one true brush. It can be more of a pristine brush like that, or it can be like this, where it's got paint and glue and all kinds of fun. Look at that. That's the same brush. This is also the same brush, but as you can see, it's gotten a bit of a haircut there. Same brush again, except now it's a spatter brush. It's also a stippling brush right there. But when it all comes right down to it, it is still the one true brush. And let's worship it and honor it here. There we go. Yes, we worship the one true brush because it does everything. It literally does absolutely everything. So Thranduil, we don't do any zenithal stuff because with the pre-glaze, that replaces the zenithal. Yeah, the zenithal is not really going to do anything as far as the oils go. That's an acrylic thing. I would suggest watching as many of the oil videos as you can. Now, again, I'm assuming that you don't have the Patreon page subscription there, but I would suggest checking out the YouTube channel and watching some of the older sessions, like even just last night's, where the pre-glaze is very important because that's essentially what creates the zenithal that you're going to use. So yeah, there's no zenithal with the oils. That's an acrylic thing. I don't even do the zenithal stuff with acrylics either. So yeah, there's no zenithal stuff with me. We're not doing that. For other folks, they can do that if they want. They pretty much just do that and then they end up painting over it anyway. So we kind of discard that particular extra step there. Here we're going to keep doing a little bit of our dry brushing with our white. Look at this. We'll be able to get some of these rivets back over here. So Nessie, I hope that you're doing good. Hopefully you're having yourself a fun Saturday. Here, I'm going to have to, of course, this is the downside of the acrylics, right? Is that they're just going to be sitting here drying on the palette. And I'm just going to have to keep putting these out here over and over again. So this is the Dauntless Dye Bomber of Midway fame. And in particular, well, we sort of turned this into Richard Best's Dauntless right here. It's the model kit was for August 42 or for summer 43, but we wanted it to be for June of 42, and we made it June of 42 because that's what we wanted to do. Now you got some Warcry and I played some Warcry. Now it's some more Stormcast. So here we go. So yeah, I don't do the zenithal stuff even with the acrylics. That's I still do basically a pre-glaze even in acrylics. Of course, that dries. Whereas with oils, you do the pre-glaze. It gives you a really nice base to work from because you're literally mixing the colors together on the miniature. The miniature is your palette. The palette is just a place where you store colors temporarily. So that's why we suggest maybe checking out some of those previous videos. That might help you a lot. Here, let's get a little bit more of our black out here because I want to bring this out a little bit if I can. Right there, and that does have a surprising amount of capillary action, I have to say. More than I would have thought. And I know the conventional wisdom and all that, the zenithal, it's all about the zenithal. We pretty much dispose of conventional wisdom here and Payne's Gray. Just had to throw that in there for Nessie. So yeah, Nessie, there's been all kinds of talk about Payne's Gray and the glorious death of Payne's Gray, which I guess I'll just have to I'll have to reintroduce it somehow via terrain, I guess. It'll be a tease. It'll be the ultimate tease. Mira's cat, how are you doing? Here, let's see if we can't. Right there on that. And you know what? I'll hit the tail hook here again. Hit it again. Let's see. I think we're almost caught up there. So yes, Thranduil, the video that I was talking about on on Saruman there, it just in the last week or two, I think that was posted to YouTube, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find that, and you will really get to see it how that pre-glaze works with the oils. And he's riding a black horse too, so you kind of get the best of both. Again, just trying to get the on the dye breaks here. There. So yeah, we still haven't had a chance to play Warcry yet. That might be another thing that we try to do via some battle reports. Now, Mara's cat, hopefully you're having yourself a good day. Now, if you were to get back into the whole miniature thing, what would be your first port of call, so to speak?
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my gun, John.
And thank you so much, Hendrix, for that follow. And look at this. Look at this. What's going to happen? He says, hello, little hobbits. He's like, don't say it. You said it once already. It's like, what would I say? What would I say? I wouldn't say, fly, you fools. And so, Nessie, it's almost like Gwahir is back. And instead of tormenting Gwahir, of course, I think Gandalf is going to get a 50 cal to the face. That's probably going to happen to Gandalf, I think. I think that's going to... Gandalf has never... he hasn't run across modern weaponry. So I think Gandalf might find himself in a little bit of trouble here, because usually he's pretty much safe from the usual folks that he runs across here and pulls his dad humor on. I found it, going to give it a watch. No problem with Randall. Now it'll, as far as the links go and stuff, it'll, obviously I won't be able to send those to you till we're done here. So that will be later tonight, and look for a message there. What I'll also do is sort of send you a second message with the oil links in particular. So they'll all be in the first message, but I'll send you a second one with sort of those beginning oil links for you that might be helpful. Now there's also, I've got a painting black in TMM video as well. Hey, Acid Burn Punk, how you doing? Tukale, I guess Gandalf always survives for whatever reason. Like everybody else in Gondor and Rohan is dead, but Gandalf survives somehow. Yeah, I think Gandalf is very good at using human shields, I think. Here, let's get a little bit of dark on that one around this right here. One more panel. There's not one on that side. Okay. I will darken this down, though. Just regular flaps there. Glad that you're doing well there, Acid Burn. Going to get this more of the green stuff world liquid pigments here. First time getting a chance to use these on an actual miniature slash model, whatever the heck you want to call it. So very fun. Now, of course, you're not going to see any of this stuff, so that's why we're doing this bottom section here with the liquid pigments from green stuff world, because we just need to be able to hold this somewhere. So now that's all set, good to go. And I will also use that up here in a couple of these spots, though. We won't try and do any of the streaking stuff here, because I would like to use the oils on this upper surface. I think that would be very fun. So Nixel, it's just to protect the miniature from the oils on my hand, because unlike past miniatures where they're sitting on a holder or I can just grab onto the base, here I actually have to hold the figure itself. So that means glove time, because human skin is very oily and nasty. Thranduil, nope. I painted a bunch of World War II vehicles in the oils, but haven't painted any 40K stuff in oils yet. There's no difference. It's just a vehicle, right? Whether it's going to be a T-28 or whether it's going to be a T-3485 or maybe an Su-122 or even, for crying out loud, get me out of here, the mighty Italian of the desert, the Italian tiger of the desert, sorry. It's all the same. It's just a vehicle. It's got rivets. It's got panels. There's nothing different. And all of those actually are up on the YouTube channel. So you can watch all the videos on those, on the Russian vehicles and even that Italian vehicle. So you might want to put those on your list of things to watch. So I've actually painted a ton of vehicles with the oils on the, well, on the channel here and on YouTube as well. Oh, let's see. So I think we're all caught up. So Pendrake, yeah. Actually, I just sent Armored Wolf a link, and it was all about, okay, so the wizard staffs. Yes, Grima says collect Gandalf's staff, and yes, they use them to channel their power, but because basically the postulation of the video was, okay, Gandalf broke Saruman's staff, so he makes a new one, big deal. And they said, well, it wasn't really his idea, was that it wasn't so much that the staff being broken meant he had no power, but his voice. It was the staff being broken meant that he was basically got himself kicked out of the Astari. And obviously they were given the old man bodies so that they could, because they weren't supposed to directly influence, they were supposed to, well, do the Gandalf thing from a lead from behind. That's what they were supposed to do. Who knows what the Blue Wizards did? Never really did get to find out what the Blue Wizards were doing. In his later years, basically Tolkien kind of said, well, they didn't really succeed, but they didn't really fail either. They sort of helped, because there would have been even more Easterlings and such if they hadn't have been there. So yeah, and of course, obviously, when he's Sharky, he still has his voice. He's still able to persuade people with his voice. He may not have all of the abilities, and of course, in that same video, they said, so why didn't he take away Gandalf's staff when he was imprisoned at Orthanc? Because, that would have been a good idea. But he said, yeah, he probably still would have been able to communicate with Gwahir anyway, so wouldn't have made that much of a difference. Let's see. So actually, when he Major Nazgul's run away, he didn't even have his staff with him at the time. He just it just this white light came out of his hand. So obviously the wizards didn't need their staffs to be able to do stuff. I guess it was more of a symbol, and also kind of helped the disguise. You know, an old guy walking around with a stick. Here, we'll a couple more darks in there. And here, I'm gonna let that be more of the oars. I think I can get away with that there. I'm just trying to think, okay, where do I have to hang on to this bugger? That's why some of these upper surfaces here, I'm gonna hit these with the green stuff whirl liquid pigments here first, because I really need to get down into there. And then all I got here is just some water. That's all it is. A little bit more here too. And once again, another little panel line we're going to hit with this. I just want to do these now before we start fooling around with the oils. We also have to get our pilot and crew situated over here. So Nixel, hopefully you're having yourself a good Saturday. All right, we've done that. Oh, look, we have some of our metal medium, which we'll just mix together with that black. Oh, look, we're going to make some blackened steel here. We'll use that on the ring mount here for that 50. Not the handle, but on the mag there. Out here on the end of the barrel. This is the interesting thing about the 1/48 scale kits is, and I was using some of them for my early war Germans just to kind of fill out that army. And oh my gosh, all of your MG 34s, all that kind of stuff. The barrels are so skinny on those because obviously 1/48 scale is going to be true scale. It's not going to be heroic. So basically all of the regular warlord stuff, they looked like they were walking around with trees in comparison, which was just so darn funny. Let's see. All right, Thranuel, I will, like I said, I will send you the links as soon as I can once I am done here, because that all has to be done manually. So just be looking for an email later on tonight. And like I said, I'll send you another message there that sort of breaks out those starter videos like I was telling you about, especially all those ones with the color mixing, because that could be really handy for you. Here we go. And I do have some acrylic painting videos on doing doing black as well, so it might not be horrible to also see some of those too. Hey, Robosh, wow, nice to see you again. I did a little sports with the kids. Yeah, Nick, so well. Uh, I have not had a chance to do grass cutting things. If I do that tomorrow, I'm sure that, well, I don't know. Usually the sun doesn't last very long around here these days, so who knows? Maybe I won't get a blast of sun tomorrow. I might not. So, Robosh, nice to see you back. It's been a little while. Hopefully all is well. Again, just giving it a little bit of our metal on that. Now we can make this even, right? That's the fun thing about using the metal medium is that you can basically highlight. This is what gave me the idea for using the metal stuff with the oils, was the metal medium here, because I've used this several times. I mean, heck, we used it here. We did an entire series on the Necrons. This is the same exact metal medium that I'm using right now. We mixed it with all of our other colors there. Even the freehand on that is all in metallic. So Angry Ham, it's the middle of the night for Angry Ham, and the sun is shining because, well, I guess that's what happens with northern exposure, right? Let's see. Well, Nixel, there's no need for that because the lawn is just a tiny little postage stamp. And in fact, we do not even have an electric mower. It's just one of those old-fashioned push mowers. Because, and even with that, it really doesn't take very long to do that. Again, tiny little postage stamp of a lawn. It's more like it's always a weather thing because it's usually just perpetually raining whenever I get an actual chance to do it, when I'm not streaming or filming or doing whatever. It decides that it's going to be raining instead. So here, why don't we take this again, and this is where we can kind of chip away at a few things here, right? Yeah, look at that. Maybe on the fins here of that bomb. A little bit of paint chipped away, maybe. Probably don't want to be dropping this bomb all over the hangar deck, but yeah, it's probably gotten some rough treatment there. So yeah, there's no AstroTurf here, but the lawns are really, really, really small. And by really small, I mean really small. If you have a tree on your front lawn, that's most of your front lawn. Let's see. Yeah, this metal medium stuff. I remember this was about 2012 or something like that when Rob walked up to us and he said, "Hey, if I mix this with other paint colors, does that mean those paint colors become metallic?" And that's kind of when the
So
light
say
bulb
we
went on.
all.
And thank you so much, Bill Robertson, for the gift sub. There you go. To Sergey. Look at that. Sergey gets a gift sub. So we do have, if anybody's curious, we do have the canopies here. Obviously, we have to try and sneak some paint on there. The one thing I wish that I had, and of course this was coming out just as all the craziness started, and that was the clear primer from Badger. Yeah, that would have been really fun to have, the clear primer. All right, let's here, we're going to take this, and the idea is, this is where we're down to aluminum here, because underneath all this is obviously airplane aluminum. It's not going to be steel or anything like that. So we're going to use this to simulate a little bit of airplane aluminum here on some of these rivets where things have been maybe worn away. And I tell you, I'm so glad I didn't have to screw around with not just decal fixer, but the decal melt, or what is it called, cal set or whatever. I hate that stuff. Well, I hate decals, period. It took me less time to freehand all these on here than it ever would have to do this as decals. So, just saying, way less time. Let's see. Boy, Bill, and that's have you used the what the heck is it called, the Badger stuff? I guess a couple other folks make that, but what I'd really like to have it for is for vehicles where you want to have the windshield wiper thing, right? But obviously you're not going to get any kind of pigments to stick to it. Just being plastic like that. It would be so much fun to have that stuff. Let me see. So I think we're all caught up there. Yeah, I'm just gonna, we'll just take some of our, just some kind of tan right here. 1 second. Boy, I think even with all of this tape on this stupid cord, it still is, boy, I might have to just abandon this headset thing here. We've been using it for years and years and years, but I think the cord has just become unusable at this point. Where's no, not that, not that. Ah, a little bit of this here. Huh, I guess that is actually going to come out of the container. And then let's grab a little bit of this too, just as some kind of a light color there. Is Tamiya an ultrafine rattle can? Let me see, I think we're all caught up there. I think we're relatively caught up. Here, let's mix these two together. And again, I'm just going to hit these with the acrylics here because as I just already touched it with my finger 2 or 3 times. So I would love to be able to do the rest of that in oils. There actually is a decal that goes there. But with the canopy, not really sure you can even see that. So that's a case where the canopy is going to be your friend. So of course, yeah, we would probably be brushing on the Badger stuff, just well, the usual reasons why. All right, let's get something that looks a little bit more like a skin tone on some parts of the face here. A little bit, I'd like to have some of my either clear red or some of the red liner. Might grab some of that. We'll obviously have to give him some 5 o'clock shadow too. And it is hilarious to see when you see the Warlord kits and their vehicle kits, the tank commander is always in 1/48 scale, but everybody else is in the 1/50th scale. So the tank commander always looks like he's a little tiny dude. Haha. Because, well, there is a difference between 1/48 and 1/50th scale. The vehicles are 1/48 scale. Well, no, it's a little sneaky little game that they play. Here, that's his hand right there. We get a little bit of his face there. Again, don't have to do too much on him because he's not going to show up very much. Hey, happy Heretic. Nice to see you back. Bill Robertson, I just brushed on primer on a whole bunch of miniatures the other day. Yeah, although those skinks that you saw me painting, I just brushed the primer on those. It's actually pretty darn fast. Now here, that would have been not terribly ideal, right? Doing it on something like this, brushing on the primer. But it worked out really well. Worked out really well for those wee little skinkies. Gee whiz, we brushed on primer for years. Especially if you're going to be doing some of the primer painting like we do. I know Kathy, she only ever brushes on her primer. She's never even used an airbrush. She's been doing that for many years. And especially when you just want to get the primer in one area and you don't want to be masking stuff or whatever. It's really fabulous being able to do that. And again, we're not advocating it, not saying you can only brush it on. I'm just saying that you can, because there's a lot of folks out there that think you can't brush on primer for whatever reason. Not sure why. But there are definitely occasions when you may not be able to, well, and a lot of people don't have airbrushes. That's that's one of the primary reasons, because guess what? We didn't have airbrushes for years. And by years, I'm talking about like 10 years. We didn't have any airbrushes here. So there was only one option, and that was to brush it on. And some people, they don't want to deal with spray booths and all that other kind of stuff. So, well, once again, brushing it on is the option. So for us here, unfortunately, we have to kind of we have to try and think of all the different variations, right? All the situations that people are going to be in. Yep, just like Angry Ham does not have an airbrush, and I know a whole bunch of folks that don't have one. We have the airbrush, we got the spray booth, we have all that kind of stuff, but not everybody has that available to them. Let's see. Let's see. Deuce printed oil paint invention of the day. Toothpaste key. Oh, there's can. Oh yeah. Oh, that's now I know what you're talking about. It's like, what in the world? Now I know what you're talking about. Maybe an hour would be good. So yeah, boy, I was. I think we only ever had those once. I just don't remember ever using those. I think we might have had one of those things. We might have had one. I just, a lot of times I would just rip open the back of it and just start squeezing it out of the tube that way. Let me see. So I think we're caught up there. Yep. Yeah, so, but well, Bill, I think you know the story of how we ended up with the airbrushes again. And that was just hilarious because it was at Little Wars years ago. Little Wars years ago, and ran across Ken from Badger. He was sitting there not doing much because not much was happening in that dealer's room. And I ended up doing a quick little demo with just the primers that he had available and a couple of tiny little 1/72nd scale die cast tanks. I don't even know if they were 1/72nd scale. And all of a sudden people started buying primer. And that was the first time that I had messed with an airbrush in years. And I was literally just chucking paint into the primer down into the cup. That was very funny. He was like, "What the heck are you doing with that?" Yeah, Bill, that's where all the stuff with the Steiner Res began, was at Little Wars years ago. You can even see there's even a blog post on it. You can actually see pictures of those vehicles there. Yeah, I did a blog post on that. Now I just remember, I'm like, oh, I didn't do a blog post, but yeah, I did. I did a blog post on that. And that was, well, it was in the Adepticon Hotel. Well, what was the Adepticon Hotel at the time? And we just happened to be in the area that particular weekend. And all we were doing was just going to poke our noses in the door. And the next thing you know, we saw Hank sitting there with a dealer's table. And we saw Ken sitting there. What the heck are you doing here? He says, "What the heck are you doing here?" Next thing you know, I'm sitting there painting. I think I spent 6 hours there painting in his booth, at least. Here, let's get some darker stuff on our guys right here. Again, all of this stuff had to be done by hand because, well, that's sadly no decals, and I'm telling you, even if I had the decals, I'm not sure I would have even used them anyhow. I just really hate decals. Now, of course, if it's going to be one of those little German license plate type things, that might go with the decal for that, but otherwise, not so much. Might just use this guy, maybe. Let's see if this will work, and it looks like it just might. Here we are. Let's do some stuff on his goggles here. Some seams on his helmet. Needless to say, these the pilot figures are very rough. This was not an expensive model kit. This was maybe, I don't know, about a $15 model kit or something like that. That was years ago. So these are not hyper detailed, to say the least. So there was massive flash and mold lines on these things. Holy smokes! It was not easy for sure. Oh yeah, they actually wanted me to be a guest of honor there this year, because typically I'm in the Warlord booth. Where's my barber shop name? It's going to take me a little while to get there, but let me just scroll up to that. Where's my ships there? Is this it? Yeah. So I was actually painting a bunch of those at Little Wars a couple years ago, because at the time Cruel Seas was their new game. It's brand new. I have not used the brand Rembrandt. I've used their pastels. I have not used their oil paint. I think some folks I don't know if they're in the chat right now, but there are some folks that have been in the chat, and I think they've used their regular artist paints, and they said they've been okay. Now, I don't know about their student grade stuff. That I couldn't say anything about, but there have been folks in the chat, and I think they said it was usable. All right, let me see if I can get the chin strap on this guy here. Again, we're using our super fancy Pringles can lids for our pallets here. Nothing but the best. Here, let me see if I can do a little bit more here with some skin tone in a couple of places. See if I can maybe get a little bit of a 5 o'clock shadow here and there on the skin. Get a little less paint on there. All right. And let's go a little lighter here. See if we can maybe get to his eye. I don't know if I'll be able to get to that or not, but there's just not much there to work with, I'll tell you that. There's not a lot there to work with. Hey, Queez, nice to see you again. Hopefully you guys are having a fun weekend. Haunted miniatures, you'll have to give me a second here. It's gonna be tough for me to get. Yeah, that's kind of buried right now. But it's just you can either get the golden version or the Liquitex version. And there's a link from Armored Wolf. So sorry, yeah, unfortunately that is kind of buried right now. Otherwise, I would grab it for you. We kind of set some things aside to make room for working on this guy right here. Let's see. So Thranduil, there's the vast majority of oil paints are translucent. Unless it says cadmium in front of it or titanium, it's going to be somewhat transparent. So that's, you pretty much described about 85% of all oil paint right there. Now, some are a little bit more translucent than others, but generally, your darker colors in oil paints are going to be not opaque. So it's very much the opposite of acrylics. Yep, haunted miniatures, that's what I use for waves, fire, all that good stuff. We use it for icicles. Where's our, again, we used it for icicles on the barrel right there, icicles off the back. We used it for the campfire right here. We used it for our burning building. Where's our burning building? So the flames on our burning building all were done with the gel, and of course the roof was too. And it dries very clear, so you can see it right there. So that's what it looks like when it dries. I use it for rivers, I use it for waterfalls, I use it for fountains. So there's that building that's painted, and we've used it for the roof of our hall, the roof of the stable, the roof of the archery range, and we just finished our windmill. Yes, that was Thursday, so people go back and check that out. Now, haunted miniatures, it's best to use it a little bit at a time. You don't want to use it all at once, like a giant mass layer of it. It's best to just kind of use a little bit of it, build it up. It'll cure a little bit faster if you do it that way. It's just something that I kind of noticed. All right, well, we're getting there now on this guy. Now we're also going to need, I don't know, some kind of blue. Of course I don't. Oh, I do have it here. I do. That's good. I'm just going to throw some of this out here because I need it for the goggles. Both of our guys here. That's going to help a bunch. Let's see. I think we're all pretty much okay. Hey, Oliver, how you doing? Nice to see you. Hope you've had yourself a good Saturday. And obviously now it's definitely getting to be Sunday for a lot of folks because it's 6:24 here, so it's probably now after
Hello,
midnight,
little
and maybe in
hobbits.
Germany.
Spark my ganja.
And we got Renee Noodle. Thank you so much for that follow. Hello, little hobbits. Don't say it. We'll shoot you. Why would you shoot an old man for saying fly, you fools? So that's the thing. Gandalf is just too fast. Gandalf is just too fast and tricksy. I swear that's the only reason he's still alive. It's the only thing that keeps him alive is being tricksy and fast. Who would have thought an old Maiar dude would be that fast? Those tricksy Maiar, you just never know what they're going to be doing next. Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's it, Nessie. He's been using the hobbits as meat shields for quite a while. I'm just gonna. Oh, look at this. We actually get to do a little bit of finger blending here for the first time in forever. Used to do that with the acrylics all the time, but can't really do it so much with the oils because, well, you just get paint all over your hands and then it gets all over the place. So if you're wondering why you haven't seen that too much with the oils, that's pretty much the reason why. It's not like I wouldn't want to. It just doesn't necessarily work out that well. Thranduil, obviously people get all worked up about the cadmium colors because they have heavy metals in them. It's like, well, guess what? Most things in miniature painting is really bad for you to eat. And unless you're planning on eating those, really nothing's going to happen. They're just going to be more expensive. And anything that's worth its while as far as the substitute goes is going to cost exactly the same. Now, I can say that the Winsor Newton cadmium-free colors, while they do cost exactly the same, at least they work well. Because most cadmium substitutes are, they're most of the time they are not opaque. And that's the whole reason for getting the cadmiums, is because they're going to actually be opaque. All right, I'm going to see if I can't get maybe a darker red in here. Is there any red left in this? Not too much. But I tell you, you really get spoiled with the oil paints, where they'll sit on that palette forever and not dry. But that's what's making it a little bit difficult here to keep track of the chat and other things, because, well, literally the paint is drying on the brush as soon as you put it on the brush. That's going to be the big disadvantage with the oil paints, or with the acrylics, among many other things. I think we determined that's one of the things it does really well, is dry on your brush. That's one of the things that acrylic paints are just fantastic at. So, Renee, thank you so much for that follow. That is appreciated. Now, thanks so much, Renee. I appreciate that. This is a little bit different than what we're typically painting here, right? I mean, obviously, it's like, don't be hasty, little hobbits. And then, of course, also this right here. That's what we're typically painting, is stuff like that. But or we're sculpting. We sculpted this on a Thursday, and we painted her up on a Friday. And I guess sometimes we're doing terrain as well, especially lately. Lots of terrain of late. I do have some blue here still. That's handy. See if we can maybe get just a smidge of that on the goggles here. Let's see. Candleline, I have I could have an ME262. I have a Sturmovik. I have, and these are a 148 scale. I actually have a full glow. Oh, I have a Dewotine. I have a Dewotine. We were talking earlier, the thing that I would really like to get, and of course, I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to find these. I'm going to actually start looking for STL files, but I need some Junkers transports, like a half a dozen of them. And I think the only feasible way to do something like that would be maybe through 3D printing. What you looking for? You can just push the fan and close the door. And hopefully the cord is out of the way now. And yeah, if it's I can feel the breeze over here, so that's good. Okay, so hey Dave, how you doing? And Michigan, nice to see you there. So yeah, we also sculpted a Galadriel. Well, we sculpted a bunch of things here too. We also sculpted the saddest creature in all of Middle Earth, the great beast of Golgoroth, Snuffles, right there. Sculpted him from scratch. And we do a lot of conversion stuff here too. So for our Lord of the Rings armies, we needed Royal Guard. We just took regular old plastic Rohan, gave him new cloaks, gave him new shields, new helmets, did all that kind of fun stuff. And here's one of our conversions, Riders of the Dead. This is Rogaine Lightning right here. We used some Tomb King bits, Fireforged Horse, and a Army of the Dead. And we gave him a cloak and all kinds of fun stuff. I think we did 3 of those guys. Let's see. Oh, sorry, has a 124 scale. The Airfix Mosquito. That's another big plane right there. Let's see. I think we're all caught up there. Yeah, I think so. Again, if I missed something in the chat, I apologize. That is the disadvantage of working with the acrylic paints, is that you can't, once that paint's on the brush, you got to use it. With the oils, you can take a much more laissez-faire approach, and, well, heck, earlier this morning I was cleaning the brushes that I was using last night. Again, that's the magic of oil painting right there. And these guys are a little bit difficult too, because like I said, this is not exactly a premier kit. This is a very cheap kit. So Happy Heretic, they also have some new stuff for Army of the Dead. So there's Herald, and there's the two Heralds that go with Herald, because, you know, Herald has to have some Heralds. So, and we painted these up on the channel here too. We were using our fluorescent oil paints for those. So yeah, Sergey, the other thing that I would love to be able to do is paint some of my 1/700 scale ships, which would probably be a little bit easier than this because they're about as long as this thing is. Well, they're about as the wingspan of this, but obviously they don't have a wingspan themselves, which would be kind of nice. Again, I knew this wasn't going to be the easiest thing to try and get on screen, but this is a project that I've wanted to do on this particular, well, not necessarily weekend, but this 3-day window. I've been wanting to do this for a very long time, and I'm just really glad that finally the opportunity has come about that I get to do this. So I hope people don't mind me indulging in a little bit of an anniversary type thing here. All right, we're going to need some more of our metal medium out here. Whoops, over there. And we did not have decals for these. We had, there's our circle template, and we made ourselves a star template, and all of these, all done by hand. And then we just decided to use the liquid pigments from Green Stuff World to do some weathering on the bottom of this. We probably might be using the oils on the top section here, although it could be interesting to kind of push the limits of the Green Stuff World liquid pigments. So now what are we doing? I think you can see what's happening here, trying to scrape away a little paint here, especially on the rivets. Let's see. I'm allowed to post a link of your. Oh yeah, yeah. Michigan. Just like Armored Wolf said, that's fine. And if people could go to check out what Michigan has posted, that would be very kind. And thanks, Happy Heretic, because I wanted to do this last year, but there was basically a virtual convention that same time frame. Couldn't do it. I think the year before we were either away or there was something happening that just made it not possible, which was a bummer for sure. And I think you can see what's happening here. We're kind of subtracting a little bit of our paint away, and the paint was literally, we took this oceanic blue primer, we mixed it with a dark blue regular paint, and we just primed the thing. That's all it was literally just regular old Stynylrez primer. Here we're just going to hit some of these rivets again now, in particular these areas where they're going to be climbing onto the wing for sure. So here, let's maybe subtract a bit more. And all we're using is metal medium. This is not a metallic paint per se. This is what we usually mix with other colors. to be able to turn things into a metallic. So like our Mandalorians and such, that's what we would have used. So again, I think you can see what's happening there. We're just scraping away a little bit of our paint here and there. Some of these leading edges, it's almost like chipping on a tank, right? Think of it kind of the same way. Now what I also want to do here, I want to see just how much this canopy obscures our pilot here. All right, so not too much. Not too much. Okay. Let's see. So it's well, Dave, there's a little more logistics involved because I have to be able to hang on to this thing. So that's what's made this a bit of a delicate operation, and plus doing it on stream. Yeah, that's I originally wanted to do much more with the oils until I realized, well, first of all of these had to be painted in advance because no decals were available for those. So that all had to be painted in advance. And again, have to be able to hang on to it. That's why we did all this bottom section in the acrylics here. Plus, we've never had a chance to use these on anything but a base. So it was actually a really nice way to test those out. And this is a 1/48 scale because we want things to bolt action scale whenever possible. I do have some 1/72 scale kits, but those were just things that were bequeathed to me. Whereas this was something that I actually got myself. Like I said, I've got a whole bunch of 1/48 scale planes. I am, however, looking for some, especially the Junkers transports, because that would be really, 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 really fun to have. No, that's going to be too soft of a brush there. That would be very fun to have for our Stalingrad campaign, for sure. There we go. Oh, thanks, Renee. I appreciate that. Here, let's so I knew that I was going to have to just stick my hands all over this thing, and I just said, okay, let's give this a shot because it is acrylic based, and we literally the last time I used it was on a base right here. So we used it on this. This is typically what I get to use it on, but I said this time I think I'm going to use it on an actual miniature there. So again, we're going to be doing some dry brushing here. Just a little bit to pull out some of these rivets here. But once I can just hold the plane in my hand like this, then maybe we can play around with some of the oils on top there, and that could be very fun. But until then, until then, we've got to work with our acrylics here. So now that little ring right there, we're starting to wear away some of the paint on that. And again, there's supposed to be a decal that goes in there, but I don't even know where's the decals at. Oh, there's your decal right there. And sadly, again, none of these were the correct ones for what I wanted, so we just kind of had to draw those in. Now, we could possibly, well, I could still put that decal in after the fact anyway, so we'll just leave that out there. So, yep, there's your pitot tube over there. Hey, Dio, how you doing? So, yeah, I remember I almost didn't see that piece. I only saw it just at the very last second. I went, wait a minute, what the heck is that? And I went, oh, all right, yep. Let's get that on there. Take a little bit of this, and you know, it's always tempting to go berserkers with the chipping and all the streaking and stuff, right? It can be really tough to know, like, when the heck do you stop, right? And obviously on your winter wash tanks or something like that, it's way easier because you know you're going to have the winter effects over the top of it. Where's our BT7? So yeah, there's our BT7. We had some fun with that little guy. And our Samwa here. Well, one of two Samwas that we painted. And then, of course, our Flampanzer here. I mean, this was going to be in Russia anyway, so we had a chance to really have some fun with our mud. This is actually on the YouTube channel here. So is that Samwa, I think. And, well, this is part of our winter Soviet army that we did. And, oh yeah, it was really fun having we wanted to be very much a urban warfare type of a thing. And we even have, for our Narvik campaign, look at this, we have French in Anorak. I actually have a Norwegian bolt-action army. Oh, thanks, Renee. I have 17 different bolt-action armies that I'm working on, so there's that. And that's not a joke. I have 17 different bolt-action armies that we're working on. I believe that 5 of them are French, so that's part of it right there. We have the Norwegians, we have the Hungarians, we have an Italian army, we have basically 2 different Soviet armies. Don't, Dave, you can definitely get Bulgarians. And of course, with Empress miniatures, I think it is. That's I do want to try some Spanish Civil War stuff, but that would be your Empress miniatures. Of course, the what is it? Bad Squiddo. They actually have a bunch of female figures for Second World War. They have kind of like the female home guard, right? Lots of pitchforks and pistols and stuff. So it would be really fun to get those too. All right, so we're just kind of subtracting a little bit of paint here and there. Let's do some of this on the leading edges, of course, here. Not a bad idea. Big Jim, how you doing? So Big Jim Slade, if everyone could please give Big Jim Slade a follow, that would be sensational. So Big Jim, I would normally greet you with your little friend, but we kind of got our hands full here. So hopefully you're doing well, and Dio, you as well. This is our little Battle of Midway tribute that we're doing at long last, something that we have wanted to do for many years. And the stars finally aligned. We could actually do our Battle of Midway tribute this week finally. So yes, if you could please give Big Jim Slade a follow. So Big Jim, tomorrow you guys will be doing the usual Harlan's Heroes, right? I think this last week there was a last minute change in schedule there. So hopefully, anyway, you get to do your normal Harlan's Heroes tomorrow. And I do believe that begins at 7 Central. Yeah, I think that starts at 7 Central. So good. You'll be able to do that tomorrow. Here, and again, we're just going to use a little bit of our metal medium here, taking away some paint here and there. Lothair, I actually it's in one of my battle reports. I did use, there was a Stuka that was part of one of the battle reports. Actually, I had a painted up 1/48 scale Stuka for that game. I I don't even like to think about planes in bolt action when I had 36 shots in that last game of that tournament to take down one stupid American plane. 36 shots, all I needed was, what, 4 sixes or something like that, and I could only manage 3 out of 36 shots. And it was Fallschirmjägers, and they literally had anti-aircraft guns. I mean, literally, that was their thing. They basically had anti-aircraft guns. They were designed to shoot down planes, and they could not manage that particular feat. So, unfortunately, now, of course, have we been playing Lord of the Rings, maybe we could have used some might to alter those roles. But sadly, there was nothing I could do about it except just go, well, that's me and dice. So Thranduil, like I said, I will be sending you a message after the stream because that has to be done manually. There's nothing out there that you can get right now because unfortunately that would basically people could just go on to Patreon and take it all. So yes, I have to actually send you the links, just like I think that STL guys work the same way. They have to send you the link or a password or whatever. But obviously we can't do that while we're doing this. So I will shoot you a message when we're done here. And well, I should look for 2 messages, right? Because the first one will just be the one with all the links. And then the second one will be where I try to find some more specific things for you. You know, like the oil paint mixing videos and the ones with the different color swatches, that sort of thing. So yeah, look for one message with a whole bunch of links and then a second message with fewer. Yeah, Thranduil, it's 6:48 p.m. here, so I figured it's got to be late over there. So yeah, well, that'll be something you can check out tomorrow morning, right? But thanks so much for signing up. Let's see. I think we're all caught up there. So yeah, the people would buy me those, well, basically bricks of what, 30 dice or something like that. And they'd say, yeah, the problem is your dice. You just need new dice. And I would take 10 of those dice, I would roll them. There would be 9 ones and a 2. Literally, the very first time I would pick them up, it would just be a sea of ones. And I said, what exactly were you expecting? Now here, we're going to have a little bit of fun with the metal medium and some, was this ghostly moss or whatever. It's just a Reaper paint, nothing special.
Who enters my domain?
And we're going to welcome in Nalind. Nalind, how are you doing? Nice to see you again, and thank you so much for that raid. That's appreciated as always. So Nalind, actually, the Lind, I think you were around for the end of the windmill stream, right? Yeah, you were around for the end of that. Actually, I don't think you've had a chance to see the pictures of it. Let's see. So, uneducated tactician, welcome in. How are you doing there? Bill, I don't think we even got to trick or treat. We didn't even get to the rock part. We never even got there. Hey, Texas Wargamer, nice to see you again. So there's the windmill, Nalind. And believe it or not, it actually ended up being modular. So I could actually put more of a fortified watchtower on that bottom section, and the sails still turn. Those sails actually still turn, which is really cool. I am so glad that worked out. And that was as much fun as the archery range was and the stable and everything else. That gotta say, that was the most fun building that I ever made. Really loved doing that. Haunted Mid. See, that's why I don't play Blood Bowl anymore. Yeah, triple skull, reroll, triple skull. That's the average game of Blood Bowl for me. That's pretty much a standard Blood Bowl game right there. So what we're doing for the folks that have just come in, This is the anniversary of the Battle of Midway, and this is the premier aircraft. Well, to me, it's my favorite aircraft ever, but this is the SPD Dauntless. We actually have, well, we had to do all the markings by hand because there were no decals, at least not in the kit, that were the right ones. So we made ourselves a couple little templates right here, and all this has been painted on, and we used our Green Stuff World liquid pigments over here to do a lot of the weathering on the bottom side, on the ventral side. Why? Because, well, it's got to sit in my hand. We might be using the oils on the dorsal side of this here, but we'll see about that. Right now I'm trying to get these the two crew figures painted because woof, this kit right here, this it's not the most fantastic kit in the world. It wasn't expensive, so it's not like it's a major loss, but boy, it's been difficult. Right now I'm just trying to get some of these lighter colors here on the goggles. Just a little smidge right here. We've also, as you can see, we're doing our chipping right here out on the outer edges. Grandfather used to work on the P40s and the Army version of the STB, the 824s. Well, that's really cool, Big Jim. That is fantastic. Yeah, I know my dad he was in the Marines. He was in New Zealand training for Operation Olympic there. And I do have, let's say I had an uncle that was in North Africa. I had our next door neighbor was a Seabee, so we heard lots of interesting things about the Pacific there, that's for sure. And I had another uncle that was in Italy. He was in the Army Air Corps. All right, Danny M. Well, you take care of that, and well, hopefully we see you Monday. Now, Monday we might be painting, not Cruel Seas, but the the Mantic thing, Armada. We might be painting some more of those. Again, I can't be sure. So all I'm trying to do is just clean up some of the star emblems here before we start doing weathering stuff over the top of them, right? Hey, Bill, wasn't the very first kill, and it was at Pearl Harbor, I think, right? It was registered by Brewster Buffaloes. But get this, and I only learned this just recently. That all dried already. That the Finns loved the Brewster Buffalo. The Finns had a kill ratio of something like 26-1 against the Russians in the Winter War of 39 and the Continuation War, apparently. So, yeah, the Finns absolutely loved the Brewster Buffalo. Which means now, of course, I don't think I'm going to be able to find a 1/48 scale kit of the Brewster Buffalo. But if I can, I'll definitely have to paint it up in finish colors. Well, in 1939 and 1941, they were flying biplanes. So, is it any wonder that even a Buffalo would outperform a Russian plane? So, yeah, the Russians, they were still using biplanes in 1941. They worked really well in the Caucasus because they could turn on a dime because, biplanes and all. Yeah, if you thought Fairey Swordfish were the only biplanes in World War II, well, Poland, Russia, there were still lots of folks using biplanes. Helpful Mosquito says $32 on Amazon. Helpful Mosquito, that's not, I mean, obviously this was a much cheaper plane because it's more common, but that's not too bad for something that's not usually people's first choice in aircraft. The Brewster Buffalo is probably not, people aren't jumping on the Brewster bandwagon. But I could swear Bill wasn't one of those got aloft at Pearl Harbor and actually did manage to shoot down, probably some hapless Japanese torpedo plane that was too busy admiring its work or something like that. I think That flesh color is probably already dry, so we'll just have to come back to that later. Yeah, Big Jim, it's the Brewster Buffalo sort of looked like a not a Hellcat, but like they cut off part of it, like they cut off the first 2 feet of it or something. That is it. It's actually the Russian planes were kind of when you get to the single wing version, they sorta are a little bit like Brewster Buffaloes, but oh my goodness, what's it called? Oh yeah, Soviet Storm in the East. I think it's how many episodes is that? I think it's 6 different episodes. No, it's more than that. But it was made in Russia in 2011, and even they say just how bad the Russian planes were in 1941. And then you get to the Sturmovik, and when I got the kit, I thought, wait a minute, this can't be 1/48 scale. It was the size of a B-17. I was like, what the heck is going on? They were huge planes. They were gigantic. All right, Nolan, thank you so much for that raid. That's appreciated. So yeah, thanks, Helpful Mosquito. It's like they took a wildcat, right, and they chopped off what the first 2.5 feet of it or something. Oh my goodness. So I did a little bit of looking at the instructions as far as what they had for the interior here. So we're just kind of going with what they had for the interior. We're just trying to, again, get a little bit of a little more sheeting in here, especially our gunner, because you're going to be able to see him. Pilot will be obscured by the canopy when that gets on there. Now we do have a little bit of our white left there. That's good. Yeah, let's mix that with a little bit of our, just a touch of that brownish tan. And he's got his helmet open there. There we go. Now Helpful Mosquito is going to be, P-38 Lightning. You know, Helpful Mosquito, I'm going to have to snag me one of those too. I was just so focused on, obviously, European theater. Because, well, that's what we were doing, a lot of early war stuff. But now I can actually have a Brewster Buffalo with Finnish markings on it for our Winter War of 39. That would be fantastic. And the Finns, they weren't like, oh, great, this is what we have. They really liked that thing. And they, when I saw that was a 26-to-1 kill ratio versus the Russian planes, well, I said, boy, somebody used that to good effect. Let's see. So it's 1/48 scale, Bill. Oh my gosh. Oh, can you imagine a 1/48 scale B-52? That might be the size of your house. Not that it wouldn't be fun to have, but it would be probably about the size of your house. Oh my goodness. Now the thing I have to start doing also is looking for 3D printing files, and maybe that's where I'm going to be able to find something like that Junkers transport plane that we're looking for. Let's see, what are some of the other 1/48s? I know I have an ME-262. I do not have a Comet. And I don't have, oh gosh, what was the Arado, I think it was. I've seen a 1/48 scale kit of that. It's probably like $100 or something. I could be wrong. Or maybe it wasn't. It just kept going out of stock on Amazon all the time. And again, we went with the markings for the Richard Best aircraft just cause. Nosferatu, it's kind of it's really fun when you see those early warplanes because you can tell that probably that plane was mostly developed for, like aerial circuses and not really for actually fighting things. They're just some really ridiculous. Take a look at some of the early war Russian planes. You think the Brewster looks kind of overinflated? Oh my gosh. Take a look at some of those early war Russian planes. And actually, oh, I have a Dewo team. That's right. And that's just how I'm going to pronounce it. I know that's probably wrong. But I actually have a Dewo team. And that kit, it was a 148 scale kit that actually came with a pilot and a command car, which I actually have painted up the command car. And that's, I've actually used that in some of my games. Can I actually get to the lower lip there? Maybe not. All right, let's do the rest of his face here. We could use something here. Is there some... Maybe we'll just use... Nope, not the snake plant leather. We'll just use this. We'll just take this crazy little contrast paint, throw that out there because I can mix that with this other lighter color here and it actually won't dry quite so fast. There we go. And yes, these are just the lid of a Pringles container because I like to keep the palette either for when we're doing our oil stuff or whatever. That might be a little too much reddishness to it. That's a little better. There we go. Just looking to get some skin on his neck there. Yeah, something darker. It's not quite so pasty. I mean, these guys are in the Pacific after all. Oh, I have a Corsair. I have the Corsair. Wow, wow, 148 scale F-15. That's not going to be terribly small either, is it? That is not going to be a small plane. Not at all. I forgot all about the Corsair. I mentioned it earlier, but yeah, I have a 148 scale Corsair. And I think there's just a couple of, well, there's my Italian plane that I've got too, because we're doing a lot of North Africa stuff. I think we even, well, I know Warlord makes, well, for some of your airborne operations, right, they make gliders. MDF, they're all out of MDF, so they're kind of a little bit on the kludgy side, right? Flight Sim has a 1/32 scale F-15. So again, for folks that are maybe haven't been in here the whole time, the whole reason for the focus on the 148 scale is that it can sit there on the table as I'm playing bolt action. So if I'm doing some kind of an airfield scenario or whatever, well, we can have those on the airfield itself. And they really make fantastic terrain because they're kind of big, aren't they? Which is why we want to have for our Stalingrad campaign all of those Junkers transports basically sitting there on a runway trying to take off. And then, well, all of a sudden at the end of the runway, there's a whole bunch of T-34s sitting there waiting for them. It would be interesting, though, if it was a BE-109 or something like that. And all of a sudden, well, if a BT-7 shows up at the end of the runway, it just kind of shoots that, and, well, there goes your BT-7. Do I have any more? Yes, I do have a little bit more of my light color left here. That's the weird thing about the acrylics. You get awful used to the oils where it's like, yeah, that color is just going to sit there for hours. Don't have to worry about it drying on me or anything like that. But a little bit different here with the acrylics. Helpful Mosquito has a huge backlog of Warhammer stuff, which is it ever a surprise that we have a huge backlog of armies? Looking forward to getting on to the Hungarians, though, for my siege of Budapest. And I think now with the 3D printing options, maybe I can at least make certain parts of the terrain. Damaged vehicles, yes. Don't have to worry about getting a good print. Just need something that looks vaguely like a vehicle. We torch it. Hey TJ, nice to see you back. I'm trying to think of, well, the ME162, it has, obviously there was a lot of neat camo. A lot of camo possibilities there. Actually, the Italian aircraft also had some really nifty camo possibilities. The Dewo-teen, of course, had the kind of unusual sort of French camo style on it. And lots of bright markings. Let's see. Still has 3 armies to paint, but this B-20... well, actually, I have a B-25 in 1/48 scale, Helpful Mosquito. I do actually have one because, again, airfield type of thing. I'll be curious to see what happens here with our film noir. Well, it looks like a film reel. It looks like a film. Actually, this would be interesting to see what that looks like in our film noir as well. Boy, it's interesting. I thought all the chipping kind of stuff would be lost in film noir, but actually, surprisingly enough, it's still there. I didn't expect it would be here. There we go. Angry Ham, it really is. And here we'll have to. Yes, there's some extra little bits we'll have to cut off of the. Is this a? For a second, I almost thought that this was designed to kind of snap on here so that you didn't have to use glue. But I don't think it's almost there, but not quite there. So we're also going to have to paint, obviously, some of the interior there. Now, we do have, obviously, this part here, but can't have that with the gunner there. So we'll see if it actually comes out this way. I don't know if it actually does, though. So thanks for our little film noir there, Angry Ham. I'm going to get out the... actually, I think I still have some of this. Yes. And we're going to see what else we need to clean up here on some of the stars. Again, hanging on to this is not the easiest of things when we're trying to do this. And all I did was I just took a pencil, drew them on there, and just started painting these. And this dark blue color is the same as the dark blue that I mixed in with the Stynylrez primer here. So most of the blue, look at oceanic blue, right? And I mixed this darker blue with it just to create the a little bit of shading. Not much, just a little bit. Didn't need a ton. Let's see, I think I can sharpen up this end of the star right over here. And then as we do some of our weathering over the top of this, there's other areas too, I think. Well, if it's really, really just too much off, I can always scrape some of it away, right? It's somebody stepped on it and wore part of it away. Here, let's make this a little bit more circular too. But still trying to get used to with the acrylics here and this fact that they are going to be drying so fast, especially because, well, now of course it's super warm again. which means fans are going, which means all of this stuff is drying that much faster, which is less helpful. Here, we're going to try and straighten up that line too. Boy, that little bit of the metal medium that we put in some of these places here, it really has kind of taken away a couple of the rivets, or the paint off some of the rivets there. That's kind of neat. I was hoping that would work. All right, Angry Ham. Well, and happy happy National Day too. It's a national day with no sun, right? So thanks again, Angry Ham, for hanging out as always, and you have a good one, and enjoy the National Day there. Oh, yeah, let's take away just a smidge more from that one. There we go. Oh, thanks, Helpful Mosquito. I wasn't sure just how much I was going to be able to do on the two pilots there. Well, the pilot and gunner, right? But I've been able to do way more than I thought. I was not quite sure how that was going to work out as far as getting the brush down in there, but it seems to have worked out okay. I'm going to try and get a couple of the gauges here, just with something on them. Trying to dodge the pilot there. I think I assembled this, yeah, by about 3:40 in the morning, I think no, it was about maybe 3:30. Yeah, that's right. 3:30 in the morning, I finally had it sort of assembled. And then as soon as I could earlier today, tried to get at it and get the paint and the primer on there. And then I realized that the decals, well, I knew last night that the decals weren't right. And then I was going to have to do all of this stuff by hand. And I went, oh my goodness. This is going to be chaotic. It was quite the race to get ready here. I would have started earlier if I could have, but yeah, all the... and I didn't want to do all of these 100%. I wanted people to see what it was like to be having to freehand those on. Now I'm going to come back with my white here. We did the blue parts. Let's come back with some of the white here and just make sure that we get that. Again, that's a little difference between the acrylics and the oils, right? The oils are going to just kind of cover. Acrylic, especially something that's white, not really going to cover. Oh, thanks, Helpful Mosquito. I was really worried that nobody was going to want to watch this but me. I was really worried. I thought, well, nobody's going to be interested in this. I'm really glad that people have been and been willing to keep me company here as we work on this. I'm going to see if I can't sneak in a little bit of our lighter white here. And I'm just going to do a little bit of finger blending. Normally that's something that we do with our oils, but we're going to have some fun here with our acrylics too. And I'm going to come back with a little bit of a mix here of, where's my Stynylrez again? Boom. That's the Oceanic Blue. Oh, geez. Yeah. And Flight Sim, well, Flight Sim, I figured that as soon as you came in, I thought, oh, I think Flight Sim will enjoy this. I think he will. But yeah, I just checked out the number there. So that's, I guess there are indeed, which is fantastic. Actually makes me feel good. Nessie, it's kind of a crazy thing because on the helpful side, right, I can handle this. I can grab this thing, not have to worry, right? On the not so helpful side is the, well, The paint is drying on the brush, and the paint obviously on the palette. That's one of the reasons why we keep the colors simple, especially with the acrylics, right? Because, well, they ain't going to last very long, are they? They are not going to last very long. So we're doing what we can here to try and make sure that the acrylic don't just kind of dry on us completely. Now I'm going to go back over the top of a couple of the areas where we took away some of the metal. And all it is, it's the same exact mix we used at the start. Because I was thinking, how in the world am I going to be able to do all this with the oils and be able to do things like streaking lines over the insignia and stuff? Which is kind of, oh, that's right. So yeah, like Armored Wolf says, it was already sent. Wait, oh, here we go. Haha. That's remember that, what was that, about a month and a half ago or so for CavCon? And we painted that, well, it's kind of like an A10 Warthog, basically. But we, yeah, that was very fun. So Hopeful Mosquito on the bottom section here, where's our, here it is. We were using the Green Stuff World liquid pigments. I could also take powdered pigments. I could mix them with master medium or with, well, heck, I could mix them with linseed oil if I wanted to. So Thranduil, it's always Stynylrez right here. There's 24 different colors, I think. And again, you can brush it on if you need to. If you don't need to, that's fine. But if you don't have an airbrush or anything like that, you can just brush that primer on. And there's your link. So yeah, I just used that stuff from, what is it, green stuff. We're going to use some more of it again. What the heck, we'll throw some of it out here. Now typically, like I said, every time I've used it before has been on things like bases. So this was a video that I filmed last month, and we used the Green Stuff World liquid pigments as a little bit of weathering on that. So Michigan, all you have to do is just, it's a, in your Patreon messages, you just click on the link and it will take you to the YouTube channel. Yeah, actually, Happy Heretic, we used to use, the nasty rattle can stuff, but here in Chicago, well, first of all, there is no time of year that's good for spraying anything outside. It's too hot, too cold, too windy, too humid, too whatever. So there's zero time that's good for doing that. And also, that one jar of Stynylrez primer that I showed you, you could prime as many miniatures with that one can as about 4, almost 3.5 cans of the GW stuff. So it made no sense to ever use the GW stuff anymore. That's for sure. The liquid, that's what I was really surprised. I was all set to not like those. Literally helpful to or figuring I was not gonna like them. I thought they were just gonna be another gimmick, right? I used them and I went, these ain't no gimmick. These are no gimmick, that's for sure. So Thranduil, if you can't find the Stynylrez primer, MIG Ammo One Shot is the same stuff because it's made in the Badger factory. I was actually in the factory and I saw a whole bunch of jars and it all had MIG Ammo logos. And I walk over to Ken. I said, Ken, what's the deal here? What's going on with this? He said, what? Didn't tell you that, we make a one-shot primer? So yeah, MIG Ammo one-shot primer is Stynylrez. So if you got that, you got Stynylrez. So yeah, that is why we just we gave up on any kind of spray can stuff. And then you have the efficiency, right? That's one thing I'll tell you. Yeah, if you brush on that primer, your level of waste on primer goes down to practically zero. You'll be able to prime that many more miniatures, which is kind of cool, right? I think we're all set there. Ah, that's good, Michigan. Yeah, and that's how all the videos will be arriving like that. And there's going to be another one posted in a couple of probably 2 days, I would say, from now. So be on the lookout for that. Usually every couple of days, especially at the Army Painter level, you should be seeing those. Thranduit, nope. It's all designed to be used as is because obviously it's primer, right? So it's nice and it's all thinned down, real nice. So it's definitely designed to be used as is. No thinning or anything like that. And even when I'm brushing it on, I still just use it as is. No thinning or anything like that. Now here, this is the same liquid pigments here. And just kind of doing a little bit of a stippling slash dry brush thing right there. Again, I would like to do that with the oils. However, I can see that my hand is probably going to be sitting in that area. So to hold on to this thing, so we're just going to have to do this the old-fashioned way here. Doing it with the acrylics. Same way here. Now, of course, I've already let this stuff dry on here once because, oils, right? Literally, I came in here after the stream yesterday, cleaned off the brushes from last night's stream. Ah, Cinder, how you doing? Let's see. I'm gonna get some more of my liner white out here because I want to work on these two little stripes right here on the tail. And this was definitely something, I don't know if it was only on the Enterprise, because obviously each era group was going to have its own little ID markings. But I think maybe the tail stripes was an Enterprise thing, because as I was looking at some of the other, let me see if I can bring that up here. And that's, okay, so yeah, oh, that's a Saratoga era group. So yeah, the double stripe thing, and McCluskey. So actually, McCluskey also had the double stripe too. So it was sort of an era group thing, right? Enterprise era group, yeah. So that must have been an Enterprise era group thing. Just as I look at that now, because McCluskey had the same exact marking on his. And I'm just looking to tighten this up best as I can. I'll do the same on the other side, which is going to be more easy. Actually, it's going to be easier because I'm right-handed. Well, sort of easier. Anyways, I know we have to hold this at kind of a weird angle for you guys, but just bear with me here for a second. There we go. Now we have to, I see we have to get into our, we did that side. We didn't do this side. Fortunately, we still have the Green Stuff World liquid pigments on the palette. Poof. Take some water. This is the neat thing about those. You can take some water here. They don't necessarily dry super fast. And I think you saw what I did there. I just took some water and kind of Spread it out like almost like a watercolor wash right there. So Thranduil, I don't get any special color primer. I've painted, well, let's see, this right here was practically primed in off-white. The lizards I was painting last night were practically painted on this color blue here, and all of our, here, let me, where's my Mandalorians here? So all of the Mandalorians were this same color primer. All of those were primed the exact same. It was just a flat thing of this oceanic blue. So the primer color has nothing to do with the miniature itself. And with oil paints, you're probably going to want a lighter primer because otherwise there's no point in doing a pre-glaze. So, well, we haven't had black primer around here in at least a couple of years because we used up on terrain whatever black primer was left. And I just don't use black primer. So if you don't have black primer, that's just fine because you won't be using it, at least not with the oils. Because again, there's kind of no point to using the oils if you're just going to prime it all black. Because that whole pre-glaze thing that we talk about, well, that's not going to happen if you got black primer all over the place. And you can, there's, like I said, when you watch the video on, what's his name, Saruman there, and I'm painting his black horse, and all of the other Twitch videos that we've done here, you'll see that it's really no advantage at all to have the black primer. Oh yeah, it's going to come back and get the edges of those now. Again, I did the best I could here with the assembling of this thing at 3-something o'clock in the morning. I wish I could have done a little bit more maintenance on some of the gaps and everything, but there was no time for that, sadly. Michigan, it's going to depend on the, well, how much paint you got on there, and some colors obviously take longer to dry than others. Typically, your cadmiums, those are longer drying colors. Usually after 3 days, you should be okay. And as always, it's just the Army Painter Anti-Shine, which is in the latest video that I just posted to the Patreon page. For the first time ever, Army Painter Anti-Shine gets featured in a video after all these years. It just occurred to me, I'm thinking, have I ever actually shown this being used on a video? And I didn't think so. So I included it on that video. So that's yeah, the primer, I don't care what color it is, right? I mean, even if the miniature is red, I might prime it green because now I've got myself a nice little default green underpainting that I can utilize. It's always going to be lighter though. That's going to be the key, is it's always going to be lighter. Because otherwise, your pre-glaze is not going to do very much, right? If it's all dark, what good is your pre-glaze going to be? Because that's, remember the whole, the pre-glaze kind of becomes your default zenithal thing. And Thranduil, that's going to be, as always, I know you're going to get sick and tired of hearing this answer, but it depends on the miniature. It also depends on the paint. Sometimes it's not a bad idea to let it sit on there for 5 minutes. Usually after 15 minutes, it doesn't matter. It's either going to stain or not. And as far as staining colors, there's only a few. If it says something like phthalo or maybe alizarin in front of it, or things like indigo or perlene black, those have the more of a staining ability. Most earth tones, like nearly every single one of them, has really no ability to stain anything. So yeah, don't expect a whole bunch of staining from that. Pattern gray, there's really no point to it. It's just, as I've kind of discovered, it's pretty much kind of a waste of time and effort because the pre-glaze is basically an active zenithal, whereas a prime zenithal is just, it's dead. It's going to get painted over anyways. So I used to do that in the early days, but I gave up on doing that because I realized, yeah, there's really no point. Valfera, then that's the ME262. We'll have to definitely use Prussian blue on that one, right, Valfera? Not quite sure where we'll be able to use Prussian blue on that ME262, but I guess we're going to have to, right? The Prussians will be very upset if we don't do that. And Cinder, remember the well, Valfera, right? Valfera kept saying, "Would you stop saying anything about the smoky black being back in stock? If you keep talking about it, it won't be in stock when you want to get it." So yeah, that's I don't know if it still is or not. I think I'm going to preemptively get myself another container of that as soon as I can. I'm just going to wipe some of that away. Just put a little here and there. Little here and there. Same over here. Let me see if I missed anything here. Nope, I think we're good. So I do apologize if I miss anything in the chat. When it comes to things like this, it's difficult to kind of keep track of everything because you got this big old aircraft in your hand, and of course the way the camera is set up, there's a camera in between me and the chat. I have to literally look around the camera to be able to see the chat. Looks like a flight sim is drilling holes in a pedal palette. So pattern gray, yeah, I didn't really do very much with the zenithal priming ever because I did pre-glaze with the acrylics too. So it just wasn't really something that I did. Now I'm going to come back with there we go. That is I might just try, I'm still tempted to try no, I think maybe we would try the oils. I'm just looking where my hands are going to hit here. Because are they going to, is there a place I can hang on to this? I'm hanging on to the bomb right now. That's a dangerous thing to hang on to, I guess. But I would really enjoy using, well, we could maybe use a little bit of Prussian blue to get some shading down there. Who knows, maybe we do work in Prussian blue. It sneaks in somehow. Now, of course, it's not June 21st yet, so it's not the ultimate sneak. Not quite the 21st yet. I am going to darken this down, though, a little bit. Yeah, there's a little bit of darker blue right there, and I see if I can do that also on this side. Yeah. Darken this panel down just a smidge. So what we've got here is it's actually the Badger Steiner Res Primer mixed with just a little bit of that darker blue. All right, Thranul, you have a good one, and like I said, I'll send you a couple of messages. The first one will just be the big barrage of links, right? And then the second one, I'll try and separate those more introductory type things for you. And then if there's another thing that's more specific or something like that, I can always shoot you that too. So yeah, see, that's starting to get a little bit of a shape there now. It was way easier just, see, instead of doing the masking and airbrushing and all that kind of stuff, it was just easier to brush that. Get that little bit of shading right there. So Nessie knows it's just the one from Williamsburg. I don't know if they have different ones. It's just Indian yellow. I don't think it says, I don't think Williamsburg had multiple types. I know that some of the other ones have, what, like Indian yellow deep or whatever, or Indian yellow, like several different types. I think Windsor Newton, or is it Gamlin that has a bunch of different types? Boy, can I even find it here? Oh, look, it's right there. Yeah, it's just Indian yellow. Nothing special as far as what it is. A little darker. I think we got our dark in that. What's going on here with the tail? I'm gonna just throw a little bit here. And again, this is taking some of the primer, some of our paint color here, and right in this little area, I'm gonna see if I can't get this bit just a bit more shaded right here. Yeah, it's tricky. I'm used to this was the oils. All I'd have to do is just literally take a blending brush and do this. But here I've also got to be aware of watermarks. However, look what we got there. I think I need to do the same thing on the other side here. I'm going to approach it this way. Yeah. See, and all that is just a smidge of the primer mixed with that darker blue. And we're going to separate the tail from the fuselage here. Water. And then we spread this out on the rest of the tail. More water until there's pretty much just water here. Yep, there we go. So it's just a subtle little thing there, but instead of me trying to mask that off and screw around with airbrushes and stuff, you can tell how much I love masking with airbrush. I've tried it a couple of times, painted enough vehicles to have to try and mask things, and I just said, this is not for me. It's one of the reasons why I use the oil paints, because, well, don't have to be masking stuff. I'm just going to do one more right here at the very end of this. Gotta work fast, though. Time's a wasting with the acrylics. Of course, the advantage is that it's dry, so I could do this second layer over it right away. That's better, because this had no turn to it, right? Now it does. By virtue of making this darker, this got lighter. I didn't want this any lighter. So if I make that darker, that just might do what I need, and sure enough it did. All right, since I am right-handed again, we're gonna approach it this way. Again, some water on the brush here, extend this. Now more just water here, not too much. As soon as you start screwing around with water, now you're going to start having watermarks. Okay, now there might be some chow, so we might be hearing the dinner bell here, which means we would just be running out of the room here for a few moments while we try and get some sustenance here. I heard the oven timer beeping sound. So we might be getting the heads up for chow. Either that or no, I think actually not. I think actually that's the I hear more beeping, so I think the oven has just been turned on, maybe. All right, so it's yeah, okay. I heard the beeping sounds. So 20 minutes is that's chow time. Look at that. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Let's see. So it's just going to be some pizza here. I wish it could have been something that wouldn't have necessarily heated up the house so much, because the house is already really warm. but it is what it is, and I'll just I'll take food of any kind at this point, because I'm already really starved. Yeah, it's not exactly fancy pizza or anything like that, but it'll get the job done. Certainly better than the chow that Best and his co-pilot here were probably eating on a daily basis, that's for sure. Here, let's rotate that prop out of the way so I can get a little bit more of my dark right here. Just a little more. That's actually got a little bit of the Green Stuff World liquid pigments in there. So there is actually a panel line here. Okay. I wasn't sure if there was one there. I was trying to file that down and minimize it. But just I'm looking at my images there. I can let that be a panel line. Okay, that's good to know. Let's see, Flight Sim is going to do a flight simulator, a flight from Sydney to Japan. Well, that's hopefully, I don't know if Flight Sim throws weird weather at you. I'm guessing it probably does. Hopefully it's a smooth ride. All right, let's get the rest of this like so. So I guess that's going to be around a little after 8 o'clock then. That would be my time, of course. I guess I didn't have to quite file that as much as I did. I just really thought, that cowling probably is supposed to all be one piece up to there, but didn't have to worry about it. So what we'll do is keep going with some of these panel lines here. Like so. Can get that couple of panel lines down here as well. Yeah, a 787 should do well, I guess, even in some rough weather. That's something that wouldn't be very practical in 1/48 scale. That would be kind of big. That would probably be as big as a Dauntless is in real life. I get more of our panel lines here. I think this is our last one. Yep. And I think we'll just we'll do a couple more darks here, and it's as simple as it can be. It's just these two colors of blue, blue, the darker blue, and the blue, the oceanic blue Steiner Res primer. That's all it is. A couple of panel lines there. And I'm looking to see what they're showing as far as the prop goes. So maybe we can gonna get a little more of this dusties. Was it the, not rust, wasn't the burnt earth, was it? I think we were using the medium earth. I'm gonna try the burnt earth here and let's just see what happens. Again, you really have to hear that thing banging around in there, because otherwise, that's the one thing about these. You have to shake them up really well. Otherwise, you don't get that sort of dusty, powdery look to them at all. All right, we're gonna drop some of this in on our prop right here. And somewhere in that kit, there are actually decals that are supposed to go on the prop itself, but I think we'll dispense with those. Maybe we put them on later. Okay, so this is, we actually did do some streaks of stuff. You can see that before. Take some of this away now. Spread this around. Here's some water. That is the nifty thing about the Green Stuff World liquid pigments. They're not alcohol based or anything like that. They are just acrylic based, so you can use water to thin them down if the need arises. I'll throw some of that also on the tires here. Maybe a little bit on our, obviously, where the your wing fold joints right there. I think we'll put a bit more energy into weathering this part. Here, we got this stuff anyways. Let's have some fun with it. Love the fact that you can take some water to it here. Now, it will, watermarks can still happen with the Green Stuff World liquid pigments. It can still happen, not as much as, say, just a regular acrylic paint would. Let's see. So Flight Sim, you don't need a vortex for it. It's just that type of paint. You have to be extra aware that if as it sits in the container, it really sits in the container. And a vortex mixer is really not going to help you. You literally have to, well, if you don't use it for a while, you have to take the cap off and actually like stick a little brush down in there and actually start moving it. Because yeah, even the vortex mixer not going to do anything for you. As we welcome in Karu. How you doing, Karu? Thank you so much for that raid. How you doing on a Saturday/Sunday? Smoky Black still in stock. The Gray Fast I've been using. Oh, sorry about that, Valve. And you need a lot of it too because you're doing those gigantic things, aren't you? Let me see. So again, we're working. This is a little bit of an anniversary of the Battle of Midway here. We assembled a dauntless, and I had to basically hand paint all of the markings on here because the ones that came with the kit were not the right ones. They were by no means anywhere close to correct. So we had to paint this up, and every single marking on there, all painted by hand. Here's our circle template, and we drew out ourselves a little star template right there. Crew was working on a bunch of busts there. So Karu, actually, if you wanted to, I know you just finished your stream, but if you do have any Instagram kind of work in progress things of the bust you're talking about there, if you want to throw those in the chat or something like that, that is fine. So here we're going to get a little different color in here now. We did all the black. Now we're going to start throwing in a different color of weathering on here. There we go. A little more here. Yeah, this is the neat thing about this stuff is you can literally just, it's almost kind of like, oh, you put a little bit there, a little bit of water in the brush, and then we just extend that out, right? So you can still, even though this is acrylic, you can still do some of the streaking with it. So I don't know, maybe this week we may need a bunch of Tuesdays this week. This could be a very crazy week. So again, I have, we'll see how this week plays out. It's going to be very interesting to say the least. All right, we're going to have to extend this just like we did before. Like so. There. Yep. So Flight Sim, I'm glad that you were able to find a solution for the arthritis thing there and be able to get your paint jars shaken up. Gonna extend this out too because just has a tendency to do that from raised areas like this or raised surfaces like that. Queeze, that does not happen. I mean, maybe if you're sanding the Scopely or something like that, or, you know, something treating it really roughly, where you're almost trying to scrape it off. So yeah, the primer should definitely, now you're using, I'm assuming you're using Stynylrez, right? So that should stick just fine. Now, it could be, that something going on with the bake of the Scoopy or something like that. That's possible too. But the Steiner Res stuff, that's, actually even regular paint should stick to it. Here, I'm going to get some of this, little bit of that color into there too. Why not? Let's not lose our brush. Here, a little more of the water. Get that to flow. There we are. Let's see. I'd probably bake it as well as cookies. Yeah, cookies. You're almost better off under baking it than over baking it. If you're gonna do one or the other, but I think you've heard me say uh, often enough that try it in different parts of your oven because every single oven is different. We literally use. I found that some things bake better on the bottom shelf of our oven than the middle one, and that the instruction. Now this wasn't Scopy, but the instructions would say bake this in the middle of your oven. It actually bakes better on the bottom shelf than it does on the middle
Hello,
shelf.
little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
So it's weird. Every single thing is different, right? And thank you so much, Violet Vox, for that. Hello, little hobbits. Like, don't say it. Don't say it. I swear we will 50 cal you to death. It's like, you'll shoot an old man for saying fly, you fools. He finds a way. Gandalf always finds a way. Somehow he finds a way. You didn't think he was going to be able to do it that time, did you? You thought, man, he ain't getting away with it. He's gotten away with it too many times. He can't possibly get away with it again. But he just did. So thanks, Violet. I appreciate that follow. Obviously, Gandalf does too. Now here, I might, just for funsies here, have a couple of these come down this way. Oh, geez, yeah, Quiz, wow, that's more like burnt. That's more like burnt. Yeah, that's, Scopy should just have a little bit of a smell to it, like, what's that smell? And that's about it. It shouldn't, that is definitely some over bacon of the Scopy right there. That's more like incineration of the Scopy. And I would, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, flight sim. I know that can sometimes be a hereditary type of thing, right? And I guess, well, ibuprofen and those kind of things can be helpful, but they can't just be taken 24 hours a day. That's also not going to be ideal. So, Queez, that's definitely some serious overbaking right there. And like I said, you're going to have to experiment with your oven because we just learned something new. We've had this oven for years. And I don't even know why I put it on the bottom shelf, but I put something on the bottom shelf and oh, that's right, because I was baking two things at once. And sure enough, the thing that I put on the bottom shelf was better than what I put on the top shelf. You know what? Actually, just for the heck of it, I'm going to see what happens with, we're just going to use the green stuff world. We'll just keep going with that. Now, this is the advantage of the Pringles containers. Look, I can turn it upside down. Poof. Haha. I got me a new area to work with here. The bottom shelf interfaces directly with all the cheese. I'm too lazy to clean. That, that sounds interesting there. All right. So here's our, again, this is our acrylic here. We're just going to go with the Green Stuff World liquid pigments for right now and just see what the heck happens here. I have no idea. What exactly is going to happen? We'll find out together. Why not? I could always do the oils over the top of it, can I? Sure thing. So as you can see, we're almost treating it like we would oils. We sort of wet it down in advance. Then we're going to grab ourselves just a smidge of our stuff here. And then we're just going to push this around like so. And here. And we can sort of streak it by taking some of it away. So we're getting some different effects here. Yeah, as much as I would have loved to do the oil stuff here, which I still could if I wanted to, curiosity, I wanted to see what the heck would happen with this. So, all right, I'll do it again over here. Why not? And just a little bit of the black there, not a ton of it, just a little bit. You can see we kind of find ourselves a natural stopping area there so that the water just kind of ends. All right. Crew just has posted little Insta links there to what they were working on. So if people could please go check that out, that would be fantastic. So here we'll just, well, we'll treat it sort of like it's oils, right? We're going to get some moisture on there. We'll hit it with our weathering stuff there. And let it do some things around the panel, the rivets here. And we'll find out what it looks like. I mean, it's not going to take super long to dry, is it? And I hear some oven sounds, so that means in just a few minutes, it will be time for some chow. We will let that cool down for a minute or two. And you see I kind of took the brush this way, right? And kind of did a little bit of a line with it. That's what I like about the filberts and the flats like this. We can use it more like a chisel. A nice little chisel there. Hey, Sarge, how you doing? Nice to see you. So Flight Sim, this is a Dauntless dive bomber here. So this is the anniversary of the Battle of Midway. And this is the Richard Best Dauntless right here, which is Best Dauntless. See what I did there? That's wordcraft. The Best Dauntless is Best Dauntless. Look at that. See? Big Jim Slade would be proud of that. He'd be proud of that wordsmith right there. Let's see. I think, so Sarge, I hope that you've had yourself a good day so far. We're just enjoying that. We did the bottom here. This is the first chance I've had. Where did it go? To use the liquid pigments from Green Stuff World for actual weathering on a miniature. So, and we had to paint all this stuff by hand. So yeah, here's our templates for the circles and our templates for the stars that we drew out. Because these decals, well, they didn't exist, so we had to essentially make do with what we could do ourselves, right? And oh yeah, that's fine. Flight sim. You just learn at your own pace. And you've seen the 2D art that I used to do. I used to use an airbrush all the time. I used to spend 13, 14, 15 hours a day using an airbrush. Whatever that, I think it was the Pache external needle airbrush, whatever that was. I used to have one of those. I really loved it. And I did airbrushing with watercolors all the time. Look at this big old brush. We're still using it here to go after some of these lines. That's something that I see an awful lot when people are doing their, even on modern day aircraft, they'll still kind of accentuate these rivet rows like this. And it sounds like that is the dinner bell. So when the timer goes off, the pizza is all ready for cutting and consuming. So that was Kathy's alert right there. Flight sim, I've actually done several. They're on the YouTube channel here. Where's my, whoop, wait, Cruel Seas, I just saw it pass by. Where did you go? Here we go. Whoops, that's not it. That is not it. Well, that was a reference for one of our things that we painted, but we did a bunch of Cruel Sea stuff. Wait a minute here. There we go. So I have, I think, 4 different videos on YouTube where I'm painting different Cruel Sea ships. And Flight Sim, I would love to do more of these. There's obviously like last night's stream was whatchamacallit's commission stuff. That's it. So sometimes I have to do commission things, sometimes they're Kickstarter things. I also wasn't quite sure, just in today's day and age, if you do anything that's historical, people, for whatever reason, get awful hanky about it or something. So I was just kind of a little bit nervous about doing anything that's historical. Believe me, I would do way more. And I have at least 5 more 1/48 scale aircraft that I could do. I definitely want to do my French aircraft because I want that for my early war stuff. And obviously I want the Sturmovik there for some of our later war Soviet action. So see what we're doing here? Look at this. We're just kind of stippling that. This is kind of neat. Yeah, I'm glad that I just did this with the acrylics here. Because, well, people can get a chance to actually see this instead of, well, now I have to set it aside. So that's kind of fun. And if I need to, I can always just mix up my lighter blue, right, and go over the top of that. So yeah, Flight Sim, I think you heard that I have those 1/700 scale ships. I have a bunch of those. I would really love to be able to do those. Let me see. Well, I obviously have my my 2 West Virginia 1/700 scale. I also have Scharnhorst in 1/700 scale. I've got Shinano in 1/700 scale. And that sounds like it's meal time for me. So I'm going to do is throw up my I'll be back screen and I shall return. So here, let me, I have to scroll all the way up to that I'll be back screen. Here, let me get there and I shall return. Just give me about 7, 8, 9 minutes, something like that, and we shall return. All right, we have returned. Hopefully, hopefully everybody's good there in the chat. Let's see. There we go. Back to our. Oh, let's see if we can back out a little bit here. So people can get a little more of a look there. Overall, what we got. We have to stay closer to it, otherwise people won't be able to see what we've got. So I wonder, are there any historical recommendations here on? Well, let's see. I think a lot of these same ones still apply here. Well, actually, we did this here. I think you saw how we threw down the water and then we put our weathering stuff into there, and you noticed how that I was able to push that around. Well, that's wet paint, right? But then we went in with that brush and like do the chisel edge thing. Well, that was much drier. Well, and it stuck, right? It didn't create a watermark. And of course, well, we're darkening here too. And remember what we did on the tail assembly? So here, let's go back to our thing here. And that's right here. I wanted to make this lighter, but it was already as light as it could be. So what did we do? We made this darker, and look at the separation we got there. So when in doubt, make things darker. We did the same thing over on this side. Again, if I highlighted that, it just would have been way too light of a blue. This could afford to be a little bit darker, so we darkened this down, made that lighter by default. So thanks everybody for sticking with me here. I really appreciate that. So this worked out pretty well, and we're going to add some more. It's more to not too much, but we want to also do a little bit of our, where's our primer here? So we'll make this a little bit lighter, and we will do some dry brushing over the top of this to see if we can't bring out some of these rivets, because we did that down here, and that seemed to work well down there too. So let's see if we can do that same thing up here after we do a little bit more along our fuselage. We haven't done this part yet. This is going to be a little bit trickier because here gravity was pretty much working in our favor the whole time. Actually no, let's do the let's do our back stabilizers over. Let's do this first, and we're going to do the same thing. Let's throw on some water here. Grab some of the, I'm going to actually throw a little more water into that if I can. And there we go. And now this is where it's a little bit drier. See that? So we're letting the drier paint mix in with the wetter paint, and then we'll just pull it this way. Does a little bit of streaking for us there. So Sarge, hopefully today wasn't too busy of a day for you. I know that they just have you on that crazy work schedule. And there's no rest for the wicked, or Sarge. Gonna go back to the chisel edge on this brush here. Come at some of those edges. Streak, okay. Now this is where it gets interesting here, because gravity's gonna want to pull this stuff down, right? So we do the whole trick with the water. Here it was perfect, right? Because gravity literally wanted it to go either way, and we were pulling it this way. Here, little different story, so we might have to maybe not do as much with the water here. We also might have to do this in some sections. So some water here. Now, of course, if there's not a whole bunch of water, it's not going to be as big of a deal. So we're going to have to do this, I think, a little bit less with the water. There's our, all right, here's some of our darker color. Back to the water again. Can always use the makeup sponges too, if I think we got to take some of this away. So we're just going to pull it out this way. If I have to do a second layer, I can always do a second layer on there, but yeah, this was the oils. We could wipe it away, whatever, no big deal. But we don't have that. Don't have that possibility here. I had the day off, so well, you had the day off. That was past tense, Serge. You had the day off, and then it became not so much a day off. But the hobby room is getting under control. The hobby room's getting under control. Well, that's good news there, Serge. Now, that the stuff that you saw there, that was all Song of Ice and Fire in the I'll Be Back slideshow. Well, you'll be seeing more Song of Ice and Fire because Curtis has straight from Malta have arrived more of the Baratheons. So, what, 4 infantry units worth of Baratheons, and we did do, if you remember, it was a while back. Nessie knows. It was a while back, but you know what? I'm really glad I did these in acrylics. There's just no way. There's no way I could have cradled this without touching some of the oils that we did. So it's okay. I think we're just going to stick then with the acrylics for the rest of this. So we are going to be prepping up those guys now. There will be some Patreon videos done with those Baratheon guys, but we'll try and do. Well, we have so many of them to do. There's no way they could be Patreon videos. It would be like 2 months of Patreon videos. So we will be we'll be doing them on stream as well. So don't be surprised if on the Monday, Friday streams, or maybe even on a Saturday, a Saturday challenge, right? Didn't we used to? I think we painted up these guys on a Saturday challenge, maybe. I know we did a couple of Dothraki units on a Saturday challenge. So you'll be seeing much more Song of Ice and Fire stuff. And you'll get to see plenty of non-metallic metal and yellow. You'll be seeing Indian yellow. No doubt about that. Oh, yeah. All right. I'm going to put some more water in here because we've been using it like crazy now. And I'm also, let's see if I got myself another one of these. Look at this. A totally pure and pristine Pringles container lid. So we're going to have to eat a bunch more Pringles because now we've used a whole bunch of our lids there. So, I mean, that served us well. Now, let's see what we see this side versus this side here. Now, we did do some vertical streaks there. Here was my, that's not the black. There it is. So I'm going to have to get me some more of this black soot here for sure. All right, get you out of the way. And got to go this way against gravity. So that's going to make things a little bit tougher. And, you know, I'm not going to do this front, not going to do the cowling. We'll leave the engine cowling for a separate application here. And not a whole bunch of water. Why? Because we're potentially running into a bit of a gravity well there. So let's do this nice and gentle here. And this is the reason why I've been wearing the gloves. If you wonder why it's not 2x2 hands of blue, it's just I wanted to make sure that we say thank you so much to Nessie Knows for that subscription. See, that's Nessie knows there's Baratheons in the works there. So thank you so much, Nessie. That's appreciated. I'll get you a little bit of a toast in a second. We got our hands full right now, don't we? But Nessie, I'm really hoping that the temperatures are gonna drop a little bit here because I got a lot of Sculpey to bake for 4 infantry units. And we'll show you a little. Actually, they were in the slideshow, weren't they? Some of the Baratheon things, or that I think it's a separate slideshow, believe it or not. Let's see. Yeah, Nessie. I kind of wish that those had shown up a little bit sooner, right? So that, well, but actually you still got Baratheons to do. You still got Baratheons to do anyways, so hopefully that's going to be helpful for you. Look at this. See a little chisel edge right here? Look what's happening. Do you see me using a tiny little brush for that? No, you see me using this big old brush because guess what? Nice and small when it goes that way, right? As a chisel edge. And it actually works a little bit better because it's look at this. See how it follows these lines of rivets actually a little bit better than if it was just the, here we go, look at this. Now we can do some vertical versions of that. Oh, thanks, Phil Farah. It was certainly nothing super fancy. It was just a frozen pizza, right? But when you're hungry, it don't matter, right? It's like, okay, it's gonna be gourmet. When you're hungry enough, anything is gourmet. All right, so that's I think we've been able to capture some of that here. We'll go back and do this on the other side. We didn't really get a chance to do that while the paint was wet like this, but there is still some moisture here. Now, if this, again, were just your regular acrylic paint, it could be kind of dicey, but the liquid pigments here from Green Stuff World, let's just kind of push the envelope of the acrylic a bit. Just a bit. All right, gonna get rid of some of the water on there and maybe do a little bit of almost like a dry brush there. And now, I think now we can mess around with this cowling here. That's just water. And now we'll grab some of our black here. Maybe take away some of it. Maybe even use my finger to wipe away more. And I'm going to put some more into the wings over here. Again, the chisel brush, really handy for this. Certainly easier than having one of those tiny little brushes, right? And as you can see, it creates some nice streaks right there. So yeah, before we started using the oil, that's how we did everything. It was just like that. Valfera, you are definitely so right. At a certain point, can of cold beans would just be glorious.
So say we all.
Oh my gosh, we summoned Spider-Man because we were talking last night. We just mentioned, hey, Spider-Man. Hope has anybody seen Spider-Man? Your friendly Twitch Spider-Man. So Spider-Man, how you doing? Thank you so much for that sub. As always, I hope that things haven't been too busy for you. I know that they have been pretty darn busy of late. This is, I'm finally getting a chance to do this stream that I've been waiting years to do. So I guess this means, well, you know what? I do believe, I think I have a 1/350 scale Enterprise. I could be wrong about that. I know it's Enterprise, but I think it's a 1/350 scale. So you know what's on the menu for next year? Maybe we'll have to be painting our, and if I can get a 1/700 scale Enterprise and a 1/700 scale Yorktown, who knows? Maybe I could print those. I could actually print out, if the pieces were done right, I could print out a 1/700 scale on my Elegoo. Wouldn't even need to worry about a large scale printer. Still trying to even out that schedule. So Diomedes, well, it was supposed to be White Merlot, but in my haste yesterday, I ended up getting white Zinfandel, so that's what it is. I had hoped to be able to get some of the Sailor whatever rum, but the spice rum, but didn't have a chance to do that because what better beverage to be doing while you're doing some Navy aircraft than a little bit of spiced rum, right? Getting our rum ration. That's something I'll have to pick up on Monday or Tuesday, I think. And Valfero wants to go all film reel. Here, let's go film reel here. And we just need that 1940s patriotic music playing in the background as Richard Best pilots his Dauntless. He says, "Screw you, Mikulski. Why are you guys all taking the same carrier? We're gonna go into this other one over here. Yeah, boom. Just three of us, but we're gonna take it out, baby." See that? Look at that. It's narration right there too. Hey, Rex and Megan. Nice to see you back. Hopefully you guys are also having some fun this weekend. Actually, I could turn up my brightness. I still have my brightness turned down a little bit. So, movie tone news. Wasn't that what it was? I think it was movie tone news. The old film reel type thing. I don't know if you see a black and white post on Instagram or something like that. Well, you know why it's in black and white. Yeah, you know what, Valfera, I might just have to. Well, of course, the only 1/700 scale carrier that I have is that Shinano, but we'll have to get. I don't know. I'm sure they probably make 1/700 scale versions of Kaga and Akagi and Hiryu and Soryu and all that kind of stuff. They must. It can't just be. Well, actually, I wonder if they make. They must have 1/700 scale of Lady Lex and Yorktown and Enterprise and stuff. They must have 1/700 scale versions of those because it would be really fun to paint those. Let's see. So Robosh says that they do. And I know a bunch of folks are saying, what's the focus on the 1/700 scale? Well, the reason the 1/700 scale is because A, they're waterline, which means potentially they're dioramas too, instead of just, the model sitting there on a pedestal or whatever, on a plinth. They could actually be part of a diorama. Like our West Virginia diorama that we want to do. All right, we just threw a little bit of again, that is the liquid pigments there from Green Stuff World. Oh, I'm thinking that I might try and hit this with some of the primer so we could get some paint on that too. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I'm just looking at my deal there. So I am going to grab my, I think I've got, oh good, I have these over here and we've got a sanding stick too. So here, let's get rid of, I just noticed there's this extra plastic on here. We'll get rid of you. And whatever extra little bits of plastic are on there, and then we will file that down. And then, while we're thinking about it here, let's get some primer onto this, shall we? And this is literally the same primer that we used on most of the aircraft, Oceanic Blue. We mixed it with regular paint to get some of the darker blue colors. And of course, we did all of the markings by hand. There were no decals harmed in the making of this miniature. There were absolutely no decals harmed. So again, 1/350 scale, that's really not going to fit on stream too well. But the 1/700th is, for me, it's going to be fantastic because I can do those dioramas. Obviously, 1/300th, Well, you can see more of the crew, that's for sure. And, well, actually, now, Robosh, well, I guess both. You're going to have brass etch for both, but I'm guessing that the brass etch maybe is a little bit less of a pain to deal with on the 1/350 scale, maybe, than it is on the 1/700 scale. A little less squishy, a little less fragile, maybe. Because I know that the 1941 version of West Virginia has whatchamacallit, brass etch because of the stupid birdcage masts. That was one of the dumbest ideas ever. Would you really want to be on top of a 3-story building that had a tendency to collapse in storms? I don't know. No, more like a 5-story building. Those stupid birdcage. I just have no. I guess that was to save. Well, that was to save weight, obviously, and maybe make a ship a little less top heavy. But man, I cannot imagine wanting to be on top of those stupid birdcage masts. Cinder, nope, we're not doing any of that because we want to have this be the Richard Best Dauntless here. So we found the markings that were on that one. Now, there is, as I looked at some of my references, the only one that had there's no nose art basically on the Dauntless. Obviously, your bombers, I think the crews maybe had more time on their hands. But the Dauntlesses, don't really see too many of those with nose art at all. What's crazy is that I'm seeing a 1938 Dauntless that has yellow wings, a silver fuselage, and some crazy red, white, and blue markings on it because it was 1938. But that's wow, that is a crazy looking Dauntless right there. I knew there would be different, obviously pre-war colors and stuff like that, and they tended to be kind of on the garish side, but those are pretty darn garish. All right, we got our primer sitting there, so we can set that aside, and let's get back to our actual aircraft right here. Hasagawa. So Robosh, the holy grail of ships that I was actually after, that I kind of hoped to find, and well, I found it for $420. It was the Cruiser Emden, and by Cruiser Emden I mean like World War I Cruiser Emden. Ah, boy, that would be very fun to have. But again, it was a resin and brass etch kit for about $420, and that was a 1/700 scale as well. All right, I'm just gonna see if I can't bring back a couple of these rivets right here. I think everything is pretty well dried. And we're just going to very, very gently go over our wings first because we know those are dry. Again, that's the primer, some of the white. Let's wipe out. There was way too much on there. Good thing I did that. Oh, yield trumpeter kits. Trumpeter kits. It's been so long since I looked. It's like as you say these names, it's kind of like like hearing names of old friends or something like that. As man, I used to be looking at those almost every other day. But I will do a search for 3D printing files because who knows what you might find. If I find anything that is semi-passable as far as well, actually, with a 3D printer, if it's 1/35 scale, I could reduce it I guess if it's 1/72, I could up the scale. I would not want to do that, but it's possible, right? With this, with the 3D printer. So Megan, I assume that this weekend is not as big of a celebration as say last weekend was, because it sounds like you guys had yourselves some fun last weekend. Once again, gonna get rid of the excess there. See if we can't just bring a couple of these rivets right here. Looks like it's doing it. There, I'm going to wait on that side. We already did this side. Well, we might do another pass on this one. We also have to do the tail. I think we're catching just enough of the rivets there. Just enough to bring those out. Not too much, just enough. All right. That's how it looks like it's dry enough. However, all of our paint is dry on the palette, so time to do this here again. Make it every weekend is a celebration here, or every day. Every day is a celebration here. Of painting, anyways. Right? Of painting, sometimes puppetry. Sometimes puppetry. There we go. That's working out. Now I can really see. Oh, those little rivets pop out there. And this is how little paint there is on the rivet. It's almost like we're oil painting. It's almost like we're using oil paints. Look at how little paint there is on that brush. Also kind of approaching this from a couple of different angles here instead of just this way. I don't know if you can hear the sound of that kind of a scraping across or...
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Miles a Million, how you doing? Thank you so much for that. And like, hey, get that gun ready. Get that ready. Fly, you fools. Nah, they weren't quick enough. They were quick enough to take out an aircraft carrier, but they weren't quick enough to take out Gandalf. So Mikey, I really wanted to do this with the oils, but there was no practical way to do that on stream because obviously once I realized that I was going to have to handle this thing, there was no, I thought maybe I could do the top section. I did the ventral side here with the acrylics, but we were having some fun using the Green Stuff World liquid pigments anyway, so I thought let's just do the whole thing. This was actually this was way more fun. I had to do all of these by hand. There's our templates right there because they did not have the correct markings that I wanted for this particular dauntless right here. So we had to just do that the hard way, which for me is the easy way because I hate decals. And by hate decals, I mean I despise decals. Literally cannot stand decals. They were definitely made by Satan. Or maybe actually somebody more sadistic than Satan. I think so. I really, as you can tell, maybe I'm not a huge fan of decals. This is from somebody who just free-handed every single marking on a Stuka because it was easier to do that than to try and deal with decals. Let's see. See, that's right. See, Armored Wolf has it right. It's big acrylic makes decals. Who do you think sells Microsol and Microset? It's big acrylic, baby. Yep, it's all them. We knew it. We knew it had to be. So Dave, the decals, like here, all of these rivets, right? if the microsol doesn't melt the decals, it's just going to sit on top of all these rivets, unfortunately. And boy, that's happened so many times. I'm sitting there using the micro set. It doesn't set the stupid decals. Then I use the micro sol, and that's supposed to melt the decals and let all the little rivets show through, and it just never freaking works. It just drives me nuts. So Miles, yep, actually you can see it's in one of my battle reports on one of my bolt action games on the YouTube channel. That was a lot of fun. And that was done in 1/48 scale, just like this one here. I do have a bunch of other 1/48 scale aircraft. I have a Corsair, I have a 262, I have a Dewoteen, I have a Foglore, I have a bunch of different aircraft that could be really fun to do at a certain point. Well, we need all of those aircrafts there. I have a bunch of 1/72nd scale too, because that's kind of a much more common scale. Is it Airfix and stuff? I think did a lot of the 1/72nd scale. So our weathering kind of gets set down a little bit there. Looks a little more dimensional. And we're doing this on kind of the diagonal here, again trying to bring out what we can as far as these rivets go here. Let's get these guys here. I'm going to hold you this away, because I couldn't there. Now I can see them. Just wasn't getting the rivets earlier. It's better. Now we got to do the vertical stabilizer. Oh, whoops. Let's wash off that brush, because that's already happened a couple of times today. It's just, oh yeah, that's right, not oil paints. Better wash that brush. Let's see. So yeah, Dave, and I've tried 3 different kinds at Green Stuff World. Well, first MiG Ammos, Vallejos, Green Stuff World. Actually, I don't think I've actually tried the Green Stuff World. Every time I go to use it, I can't find it. And then I realize, oh, it was just sitting right over there. At some point, I'll remember where it is when I need to actually use it. So we did our usual thing where we wet the surface down, right? And we're just gonna, we are fighting against gravity here, so we have to remember, gravity not gonna be working in our favor. Helpful Mosquito, you know, I might have a 109. I think I've got a 109, or is it maybe just a 1/72nd? I might have a 109. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got a 109 in 1/48 scale. I mean, come on, and probably a Focke-Wulf too. I might have a Wolf too. Yes, I might just have one of the. Oh, speaking of wolves, Armored Wolf, he sent his fantastic new. Well, we used these last night. These were the grass tufts here, but he also sent his newest flower tuft creations. So look at these. These are fantastic. These are from Armored Wolf. Here's another batch of. Look at these, huh? These are real works of art. They're not done by a machine, baby. They're done by hand. And again, that is from Armored Wolf. So if you can support our moderator, and please head on over to the Armored Wolf Etsy page. And again, to support Armored Wolf, check out all the fantastic things he's got. Not just the grass tufts, which there's no official packaging on those yet, but coming soon. Look at that. Just taking my brush here, pushing this along. All of a sudden, our little ID stripes there start to set back there. So Dave, it's in the, you can call in airstrikes. There's the Air Observer. You don't necessarily get to control what type of an airstrike it is. It could be more of a ground attack. It could be more of a strafing run. You don't know what kind it's going to be, but there's definitely, oh, believe me, that was what killed me in the final round of my bolt action tournament in 2018. Having 36 anti-aircraft, basically purpose-built anti-aircraft shots at that stupid plane and not being able to take it down because on 36 rolls of the dice, we could not manage 4 sixes. Because that's how we roll. So there are definitely airstrikes in bolt action. Oh my goodness, there are. And I think actually the Americans get a free air observer, if I remember right, especially in certain theater selectors. So I feel we're kind of doing, again, a little bit of a, trying to take advantage of the texture of our rivets there. Look at that. See that? Just a little bit of a, ooh, let's do it on this side too. Using the chisel edge of our brush here. Instead of a little tiny brush, we're using this big old brush, but utilizing the chisel edge. Yeah, it's a. So Dave, not only did I have a flak Verling, I also had a heavy auto cannon. It was strong enough to take down a small, like a lightly armored tank. That thing could have taken out, but couldn't take out a plane. No, and actually, Dave, it's not so much that you're shooting it down. It's just that you're scaring it away, basically. Yeah, you're just kind of letting him know that you're there and that you're waiting for him. But of course, my guys let him know that they apparently could not hit anything. Let's put it this way: the person who had the airstrike was ready to just take the plane away. He's like, "There's no way this thing's gonna survive." And I should just let him do that because I was the idiot that said, "Well, we should probably roll this out anyway, 'cause you never know." And of course, I should have just kept my trap shut. Kind of like the Lord of the Rings game, where if I had just rolled across the table and gotten my crushing victory instead of trying to say, well, wait a second, this is not fair to the person that has the dwarf army that moves 5 inches a turns. It just got interesting. I think it was what was it, F6? No, it was probably one of the SU-35, whatever it was. And they're still doing this even today on modern aircraft with the rivets, the airplane rivets and stuff, doing this little darkness around the rivets there. So it's interesting that that's kind of stayed the same in model air painting all of this time. Doesn't matter what the era is. Maybe not quite as much now as, say, in the 30s and 40s and such, but still there. So now that we've brought in the lighter tone, and this really now, it was only about 2-something o'clock this afternoon when I was still painting. I was still painting these things on, just seeing if I could actually get them on the stupid plane. All right, we did that side. Let's hit this side. Not too much. We don't need a ton. I might throw it just a little bit more of my black over here. Again, that is the liquid pigments from Green Stuff World. And typically, when you see me using them, it's going to be on a base like this. Heck, those that cavalry you just saw, I'm not sure, I'm positive we used those. Yeah, we used those to paint the base on these guys. The same liquid pigments we're using to weather this plane. It was also the same liquid pigments that we used on this T28 right here. So yeah, these are the Green Stuff World liquid pigments. Actually, you can see I do believe that is on YouTube, that particular video there. All right, I'm going to just get some water on this thing, and I want to see if I can use my Green Stuff World liquid pigments maybe on this canopy here. See how this works. So that's just a primer right there. Now we'll just hit it with the liquid pigments from Green Stuff World. We'll do this little section at a time right here. And it seems to be doing just enough. And of course, where we don't have any primer, it just beads right off of the plastic. Makes it handy, that's for sure. Here, let's and it is, we are watering it down a little bit. It's not straight up 100%, but it is taking that primer. It's darkening down the primer. Doing what I kind of hoped it would. That's not wiping away the primer because it's Dino-Res, and you can see this is why we like the ability to be able to brush on our primer, right? Because instead of having to mask all this stuff off, why the heck would I want to take all the time to mask this off when I could just brush that right on? Makes it a heck of a lot easier. Let's see. Hi, Bethany. How you doing? This is a little something different. A little something different right here. This is, obviously, it's the anniversary of the Battle of Midway. And for the longest time, I've wanted to paint my favorite aircraft on stream. And finally, the stars have aligned, and we now have a chance to do so. So this is really fun. I bet now that you're doing well. So we'll do more on that once the canopy actually gets attached to our aircraft right here. Let's see. I think we're all caught up. Yep, so Dave, that is how, I think it was in 1943, they used one of those out of spite to sink an Italian battleship that was literally trying to flee to the Allies. And I do believe that was called the Fritz bomb. And that thing was guided right, went straight through that Italian ship. And that was the end of it. And I'm pretty sure it was kind of like an HMS Hood thing, and not a whole bunch of folks swam away from that one. All right, I'm gonna maybe, yeah, I'm gonna get some of my lighter blue for up top here. That's what I'm looking for. Which means our primer comes back out again. And this is really the vast majority of our color on that is literally just the blue primer. And we'll use this to create a little bit of a lighter tone here in just a couple of spots. See how this works. On the cowling here. Because we added our darks, now it's time for a little bit of light. And by little, I mean a little, not a whole bunch here. I do actually have still some of the original blue that was mixed with that primer left. That's good. All right, now this is where I was hoping to use a little bit on the cowling here. Just a little bit right there. Let's take away some of the extra paint down there. We'll just use our finger to blend this a little bit. This is what we used to do in the old days. Well, it's kind of a holdover from pastel days, but Used to do this much more with the acrylics because, well, the paint was just going to be dry on my hand. I didn't have to worry about transferring it to something else. Once we started using the oils, we couldn't really do the mix the paint with the finger because, well, we have to usually grab a bunch of different things during the course of a stream, and that would just lead to oil paint on things that we don't want to get them on. So again, we'll just use our finger here once more to do some blending. It's like a blending brush with skin. There you go. Let me see. Yeah, I know that, well, Drakenfell does a whole lot of really fantastic historical videos, and of course, military history visualized. And he has his buddy, Justin, uh, do a lot of the naval type stuff, and they did a little episode on were those type of attacks, the special attack forces, were they just fools, or was it the best that they could do? And for them, it was pretty much the best that they could do. It was they had more luck with that than they did just doing things the regular way, especially since all of their pilots pretty much stayed out there till they got splashed. Whereas American pilots would survive, come back, and teach more guys. So when you're up against that, you kind of have no other choice. It's not really going to work out in the long run, but here we'll get a little bit more light on the edge of the cowling here. We don't want it to be too light because then, well, our white's not going to really look white, is it? And see, this is another case here. That has to be a little bit lighter. It's the same effect what's going on over here. We need to make that just a smidge lighter. Fortunately, there's no rivets or anything like that over here. So I'm going to see if I can't. It's kind of the inverse of what we did on the tail, where we did some darker washes. And yes, you can effectively do a wash of a lighter color. We learned that, I think it was about maybe 2012 or so when we kind of discovered that. The glazes don't just have to be darker colors, they can be lighter colors as well. So Bethany, I'm assuming now that all of your painting area is 100% in operation. So hopefully you're having fun with that. As we get Mage of Mistra. Mage of Mistrit, thank you so much for that raid. That's appreciated, and I hope that you had a really fun stream. We're actually having a whole bunch of fun here because for years I've been wanting to paint this on Battle of Midway weekend, and we are finally getting to paint our Dauntless on, well, it's June 5th, but it's close enough to June 4th. It's close enough. And Richard Best says it's close enough. And with now that this is starting to dry a little bit, I want to see what that's going to look like on our cockpit right there. So it's starting to work out there. And boy, you can see more of them than I thought. You can definitely see more of them than I thought you could. So that's cool. So Major Mistra, how are you doing? And if you happen to have any Instagram links or anything like that to what you've maybe been working on the last few weeks, I know you just finished a stream, so you probably don't have pictures of what you just were working on. But thank you so much for that raid. Now, typically, we're painting things more of a fantasy nature or even sci-fi, so more things like that, but we do like our historical stuff every so often, and we, of course, had so much fun. It's like, what's going on back there? Nothing, nothing at all. It's like, I smell vodka and I smell burning. What you doing back there? Nothing, boss. It's all good. You just keep on driving. It's like, I smell burning vodka. It's like, no way, man. I'm standing on a fuel tank that's frozen. That would be bad. We don't often get a chance to do that particular puppet show anymore, but it's always fun when we do. So, Major Mistra, I hope that you had all kinds of fun on your stream. And actually, what kind of stuff were you painting there? I know we might have gotten stuck behind an ad wall too. I keep forgetting about that all the time. I'm sure I'm probably yapping away, and the person is stuck behind those ads, not able to hear anything that I'm saying to them. So I apologize for that, because that probably happens all the time. All right, so I am just going to lighten this up a smidge here while I'm at it. Yep, the armor-piercing radio-controlled, the Fritz X. There it is. So thanks for looking that up, Pendrake. And it was in 43, right? Yeah, that was in 43. Bethany has been working on removing sprues from the dungeon and laser terrain. To start painting today, and then recreate the sample from the color test figure from ages ago. Well, hopefully it's fresh enough in your mind. Here, let's lighten this up a bit too. So I guess I didn't have to quite file away as much as I did there. In fact, I can actually see a couple of more panel lines that I might actually be able to do something with here. I did just see them. Oh, there they are. Since I'm right-handed, it's going to have to go this way. So a panel line here. And then another panel line over here. And it's kind of funny because I did paint one of the Roma class Italian battleships. Now it's going to this was on my birthday stream last year. Let me see if I can find it here for you. Where are you at? There it is. Boom. So that is one of the Roma class battleships right there. That's actually, I think that's Veneto Veneti and then the Littorio behind it. So, but the same class of ship right there, I believe. But that was really fun. Now, of course, this year around our birthday, I guess we're going to be doing landscapes of Middle Earth. So be ready for more 2D art in, well, gosh, just a couple of weeks from now. Holy smokes. Let's see, looks like Dave was doing an awful lot of weathering and then using an awful lot of rust-colored pigments there on a lot of orky goodness. Couple of more panel line things to do. Is that also panel line there too? Okay. We got you. We see you. Is there one on this side too? Yes, indeed. There's one over here. We'll get there. We'll get these panel lines. Mage Mistress here, covered in glitter. Making a treasure hoard. Okay. Now, some of the other things that we obviously paint lots and lots of miniatures here, but we also do make terrain, and we've been making a lot of Rohan terrain lately. That was archery range, a windmill. There's our stable. There's the not so great Hall of Erkenbrand, and then of course we've got one of our smaller regular houses, which we set on fire because that's what you do. And these are the lads that are setting it on fire right here, our Dunlendings and Wolves of Isengard. And just, I think it was last Saturday, we were painting a bunch of, that's right, last Saturday we were doing one of our little challenges where we paint as many miniatures as we can. Pretty certain that's what we did last Saturday. But then my memory is pretty much gone, so I could be entirely wrong, but I think I'm right. And there's Mage Maestro has posted that link so that people can see it. So Mage of Maestro is covered with a proverbial glitter bomb. And that's not for the lips right there. That's just going to get all over the place. And so, Mage, how many years do you think that that glitter is just going to be hanging around? How many years from now will you be finding that glitter in all of the weirdest places? You'll find it in a whole nother part of the house, and you're going to say, how in the world did this glitter get all the way over here? Because I find basing supplies and all kinds of stuff in places where you would never think they would be. They get stuck on my sock or whatever, and they just start walking around the house with me. How's about a little bit of our metal medium? Throw that out here. And see if we can maybe do some paint chips here on their cowling. That's pot here. Let's just move that prop out of the way. And do a little bit of this. I think it makes sense that there will be some paint chips here. They're probably taking that cowling off over and over again. Well, Velfira, I think it kind of has been the naval channel. And, well, not Steeler Rebels Citrus naval channel, but we did this. Actually, we painted it this week. Yes, this was Monday. This was Saturday. Huh? Look at that. Ships and planes. And you know we got more Armada stuff. Heck, we might even be painting some more Armada stuff on Monday anyways. So I think it's I wouldn't mind it if it was the planes, trains, and well, no, well, it could be trains. We do have a hype train after all. We've got ourselves a hype train. Mage just decided to burn everything down. Pendrake, I did look at that, and they were, I mean, I don't want to say underwhelming, but when you look at the other fleets, right, they definitely, I know they were trying to do the dwarfy thing with them, right? I kind of wish they had made them turtle ships. But it's, I don't know, maybe if I had them to paint and I could try and do something different with them, maybe that could change how I saw the dwarf ships there. But like you were saying, they're not necessarily the most fantabulous. Nosferatu says anchors away. So yeah, Nosferatu, you always want to sing second, right? And if it's the naval channel, it means you'll sing second. Well, unfortunately not the last few years, but hopefully that streak comes back. You know, I will do a little bit of taking away some of this here. So yeah, sometimes it's, well, we do a lot of object source lighting here too. A lot of object source lighting, and sometimes we'll have some fun with some freehand, some textured cloth, like what we did on our Saruman there. And then every so often, there's bigger guys like this. He's like, hey, what's that old guy, man? He's like, seriously? This is a serious occasion. This is about history. Stop asking him about the old guy in the ganja. You didn't think we could have a Saturday stream without an appearance by Jeeves or Birdie, did you? Did you actually think that was going to happen? Not so. Thanks, Velfira. I guess the, Velfira. Gee whiz, do you think there's any 3D printing files of, say, a Battlestar Galactica or Pegasus that would work on, an Elegoo or on the Frozen? Or do you think that, sorry, those are pretty much FDM printer type files? Because, man, wouldn't that be fun to paint a Battlestar Galactica and Pegasus. That could be very fun to do. I guess for whatever reason, I always just think that everybody else paints all the different things on their channels too. And then I realized that maybe we're the only ones quite psychotic enough to do the stuff that we do here. Between the crazy, well, all the busts and everything, and now adding aircraft to it. I don't know, maybe we are the only ones crazy enough to do it. It's so crazy, it just might work. Yeah, I'll just let a little bit of the, so we'll get on to that. And where's my, there you are. I think I might darken up the tires just a smidge, maybe not that much. Well, we got a little bit extra of our black now. All right, let's do some stuff on the tires over here if we can. Pendrake, there might be. I haven't actually, I think I did look for those. I didn't have too much success. Either that or they were just insanely expensive. So it might have it might have been the latter. That might have been one of the impediments to getting a plastic Galactica kit. And besides, if you have the printable thing, you could print it whatever size maybe you wanted, and you could print out as many as you wanted. So we could potentially, paint one as more of a pristine Galactica, and then maybe another one where Galactica has taken some abuse. Hey, Artemichael. It's interesting, Artemichael. Yeah, I guess now other folks definitely would know this better than me as far as what the preponderance of stuff is out there. But I'm guessing that the vast majority of folks are probably painting, well, GW stuff in general, but probably 40K stuff, and then I guess after that would be your Sigmar and such. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. It's just I don't know if you see some of these other things very often. Well, heck, didn't I remember that's when I was asking about terrain? I mean, who does terrain? I know Avocado Kids does terrain. I might darken that a smidge more right there by that exhaust. Here too. And then maybe reinforce this line a little bit. Yeah, well, this is where, again, the kit kind of went a little wonky on me. All right, now I'm going to go back to some panel lines here. I think we can see that. Let's see. Fantastic Model LLC. They specialize in hard to source sci-fi kit and also the X-Plane series. Jesse Messi searched on Twitch expecting some weird stuff, but this I'm like, Jesse, this is definitely a very special occasion right here for me. Because this has been my favorite aircraft since I was as long as I can remember. And of course, we live literally in the shadow of Midway Airport, specifically named for the Battle of Midway. There is a recovered Dauntless dive bomber that is sitting in the passenger area there, of Midway Airport, so you can see that. It's got a whole little display and everything. So I've always really focused on that. I don't know how many times I've built model ships out of modeling clay. I think we have sunk the Kibubatai like 10 times in just modeling clay form. Let's see. Yeah, Nosferatu, typically we paint Reaper minis, well, usually when there's a Reaper event, right? I have no idea if they'll... I think they'll have a virtual component or something like that. I mean, well, if they want me to, I have lots of Reaper figs, right? I can be painting Reaper figs during ReaperCon, just like the last two. Well, ReaperCon and Reaper Virtual Expo, I guess I should call it. All right, do we still have enough of this left alive here? Yes, we do. And here I have to kind of restore this panel line just a bit because I was filing that away to try and get rid of some of the...
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
Jesse Messy, thank you so much for that follow. This better be a very fast Gandalf who's going to say, "Fly, you fools." Look at it. He's faster than a Dauntless. It's fast Gandalf. So thank you so much, Jesse. That is appreciated. I might even lighten up just a couple bits of this here. I guess I didn't think I was going to be able to do this because I figured that I'd be working with the oils, at least on the dorsal side of it. But it worked out. We were able to use the Green Stuff World liquid pigments for everything, which is really nifty. Certainly a good test of them. They worked like a charm on basing, right? So, and I think we actually have some of our Dothraki too. Well, not anymore. Here, they all went off to Malta to be in their forever place. Let's see, unfinished wood plaque. It uses a diamond base. Rex, sometimes, if I remember, I try to stain it. Actually, oh, Rex, I just realized, oh, this was, I don't know, maybe a couple of weeks ago, that, I have like I have one or two oil paints that would work really well as a stain on wood, wouldn't they? It only just occurred to me a few weeks ago to go, oh yeah, genius. Why don't you just use all that oil paint that you got and why don't you make a stain out of it for all of the stupid wooden plaques, right? Like this one. How many times am I using these wooden plaques? I've got all that oil paint sitting around and I could just pre-stain a bunch of them, right? Don't wait till it's time to actually work on the miniature itself. I'll just literally stain a bunch of those things. What can be fun sometimes, Rex, is to actually, after you've stained it like that, is hit it with some sort of a gloss coat or something. It does kind of look neat. Oh, let's see. Game Body has FTM and SLE versions of the new style Galactica. Yeah, Valfera, that would not hurt. That would not hurt at all. I'm just kind of disappointed that I seem to have lost. It was I'm sure it was a My Mini Factory thing. Oh, looks like Kathy's done with her deal. She still has her visor on. um, but yeah, it was the one that had basically the Corsair ship, a printable file of a Corsair ship. That should work. That should definitely work, Rex. Yeah, no doubt about it. Let me see. Hey, Flight Sim. Actually, oh, you know what? I guess now what size? That's a big plane. How would you say that a 1/72nd scale version of that would still be at least as well, at least this long. I don't know. That is not a small plane because yeah, flights I always did like that plane too. That was well, I think everybody who doesn't like the SR-71. I guess that's the easier question is who doesn't like that plane? I mean, come on, it's the Blackbird. Everybody likes it. I think we're all caught up there. So Nosferatu, will you be streaming your orc ships early tomorrow morning as usual on Sunday? So folks, if you want to see, speaking of ships, small ships, Nosferatu has been painting his armada ships from Mantic on his streams. So if you could please give Nosferatu a follow there, then you won't miss out on that. Ah, okay, so now that we're doing that, yeah, actually I am glad that I did my filing right there. Nah, Cinder, this we kind of combined sort of the weird, where did that go? Is it around here? No, wait, I don't think it's that far up. There it is. Remember when we painted that? I don't know, it was like a month and a half ago during CavCon, and we gave it sort of a pre-war Dauntless look, but it was sort of an A10, right? That was hilarious doing that. That was kind of fun. I gotta say, that was pretty darn fun. So let's see. So the A10, I don't know. The A10 wouldn't necessarily be that much bigger than this in 1/48 scale. It would be a little bit bigger, but that wouldn't be a shabby plane to try and do in 1/48 scale. Ah, Nosferatu's gonna try. We're Feeblish and some some Warhammer Underworlds. Okay. That's cool, Nosferatu. I just know that you got the early morning Sunday streams. You know, I think I'll see if I can't catch a couple of these panel lines out here with some of my lighter color too. And yes, there are some artifacts here that we in our haste to try and get this thing ready, we weren't able to quite deal with. As far as some mold lines and some flash and some other things. I'm sure that scale modelers will be horrified. But at least I had some fun with this. And that is supposed to be the most important thing, right? Here, why don't I get a little bit right here on the wing fold joints there? Yeah. Let's see, there was a Galactic kit. Oh, a Ravel kit. Oh my goodness. Is Ravel still... Ravel is still around, right? Or are they... Well, maybe they were just bought up by somebody else. I do... Actually, this was a Ravel kit. Speaking of which, yeah. Now, this is ancient. This is really old right here. And look at that. So we earlier, right, talking about the Army version of the A24. There we go. But yeah, we had to do a serious change here because we didn't need Guadalcanal and we certainly didn't need New Zealand. We needed Midway, so we had to make ourselves some changes here, right? So they're out of Germany now. Well, I suppose it makes sense. I mean, I don't know if this is... Would you say that the scale modeling stuff is still... would you say it's more prevalent or just more generally popular in Europe than it is here? I can never quite tell.
Who enters my domain?
But what I can tell is that we got ourselves a Josh Foreman in the house. We got a Foreman in the house. So Foreman, how the heck you doing? And welcome back to the stream. Thank you so much for the raid. That is appreciated. So we're having all kinds of fun here with our little anniversary tribute to the Battle of Midway. And I guess you could say more specifically to Richard Best, because we've done markings for his plane here. Hey, Kilted Viking, nice to see you back. So yeah, Josh, we had to, there were no decals, so we sort of had to do this by hand. We did it by hand. We just made some templates there, and we did both sides. We did the ventral and dorsal sides. We did port and starboard. We did all of it. Let's see. Hey, Pethis, how are you doing? Nice to see you back. Let's see. They have the old Cylon base ship still in box, but never got the Galactica. And they have their own line of enamel. Oh, okay. Well, that sort of makes sense. So Josh, what kind of stuff were you working on there? And as always, if people could please give Josh a follow, that would be super. I want to support all of our fellow Twitch streamers. So yeah, this is a project that I have wanted to do for years on a stream. Even going back to the YouTube live days, I was always wanting to do this, and we finally get a chance to do so. Now, I had hoped to be able to do this in oils, but then the more I realized, I'm like, well, I have to be able to hang on to this thing, which meant doing it in acrylics, which is fine because, well, people don't often get a chance to see me doing stuff in acrylics, so it probably worked out just for the best. Let's see. Pintrake couldn't find the Galactica, but did find the Phantom Cruiser. Oh, that's the other ship that I have to find in one, and I'm sure there has to be. There has to be a Graf Spee, or Graf Spee, sorry, in 1/700 scale. Actually, it would be really fun to do two versions of that. Obviously, do the pre-River Platte version and the post-River Platte version. And just again, trying to catch a couple of the rivets here, very gently. Now we're gonna come back maybe with some of our. Oh, yeah, we've done all of that. Like, let's do some of this now. Just a little bit of this. We don't want it to look like rust per se, but it looks like Valfera is gonna have to tap out for the evening. So Valfera, thanks so much for joining us here. So thanks so much, Valfera. It was great having you here, and yeah, that definitely, if you could shoot that link this way, that would be most appreciated. So we did this on the other side. I'm going to do that on this side here too. Like this. And this is the liquid pigments from Green Stuff World here. Take some water. And just go after those edges, like so. Darken some of this down here. Also, just something a little bit different, not necessarily rust. I want it to look more like some kind of dust. It gets windy on the deck of an aircraft carrier, so who knows what gets blown around. Yeah, Valfera, there was not much sleep last night. Oof, jeez. So if I'm a little bit brain dead today, it's because there weren't much sleep last night. Like I said, after the stream, we spent at least 2.5 hours at least trying to get this thing ready, maybe closer to 3 hours. Desperately trying to get this thing in a good enough position to paint. Guess we were successful with that, thank goodness. Here, let's obviously gonna have a lot of water going this way too. All right. I still do really enjoy the way that this stuff, when it dries, it looks like a powder. It's the darndest thing. Obviously, I don't really get a chance to talk to these, to the green stuff world folks and really ask them, what is in this? Why is it, how does it still actually give us that powdered look, even though it's not a powder? Ah, salt spray. There you go, Pendrake. Salt spray. Well, there's certainly enough salt water around, right? And it doesn't matter if if the deck is 95 feet above the water, that wind starts a howling. You get those heavy seas going on. I'm sure you'll get some spray. Heck, just the heavy seas alone, I'm sure. I couldn't resist doing a little bit of a stain right there on the... I mean, come on, you got freehand there, you got to put a stain over the top of it, right? Dave, it's the only way I even know what day it is here is if I'm filming, then it's one of 3 days. It's either Sunday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. And if I'm streaming, that's the only way I know that it's perhaps a Friday or a Monday or a Saturday. Otherwise, I wouldn't really know. Because that's pretty much what we do here. We stream, we exercise, sometimes eat, very little sleep, film, edit, render, and that's about it. Rinse and repeat, which is fine. It's just you kind of lose track of what the heck is going on anywhere else. All right, where's my canopy? Right here. Where's that? Oh, I'm gonna get a little bit more of my... Where'd you go? There you are. This is a little bit of the black again. I think I'm gonna do a second round on our... And this has a little bit of brown in it this time too. On our canopy here. Uh-huh. Maybe not too dark. Now, let's get this working. Some more darks there. Flip you around. I thought it was Sunday night, but then realized it was a Saturday. Yeah, back to our brown again. So I don't want to lose the fact that there is some blue there because well, they pretty much show the canopy as being more of a dark blue. So I guess we could grab some of our dark blue there. Is there still some of that left alive? There still is. So we'll put some of that here too. In addition to our weathering colors. Back this way, some of that darker blue. Dave, yep, you can't use the, oh, whatchamacallit. Can't use the super glue. That's for sure. There's, I know I've seen it. It's a special glue designed for, well, things like canopies. I'm sure actually there's probably a couple of different folks that sell it. I've actually just cheated and used Elmer's glue in the past. Because really, seriously, I mean, how hard is somebody going to be tugging at this canopy? It doesn't have to be glued on there. It's not like it's going to be thrown around in the air. So I might just be tempted to use a little bit of Elmer's glue just to keep it on there. So yeah, fortunately we learned that lesson before we ever actually had a clear canopy to deal with. I forget what it was. There was some other, maybe it was a flying thing or whatever. And the super glue did its usual thing, which fogged it up. But there definitely is a special type of glue that is designed specifically for that purpose so that it will not fog it up. Just like that clear primer that we were talking about earlier, which is really good for if you want to be able to put, say, some kind of dust effects or whatever on the windscreens, whether it's just a regular vehicle or whatever. So here we're taking a little bit of our black, mix it with a little bit of the dark blue there. And that's more like what I was hoping to see. All right, I'm starting to like that a bit more. See what you look like on the actual plane here. Definitely more like it. Yeah, there we are. That's what I wanted to see. Now, just out of curiosity here, real quick, we're gonna. Okay, so there's no way that can go back over the top of it. So that piece just will go back into the box. Won't have to worry about that particular piece then. What I am going to do, haha, we will use a tiny bit of blue tack here though, I think. And that should hold it in place well enough anyways. Well, I guess maybe not. Maybe we'll use it on the side here and another little piece over here. Hopefully those won't just get trapped down in there. Okay. Get this little extra bit going there. All right, now that I can see that all together, let's see what else we can do here. It's our black and our little bit of brown there. Aha. So this is another area where I would like to have a little bit more of our weathering coming down here. Also here. Let's make sure that line's reasonably straight there. Ah, yes. Let's, ooh, really glad I actually put this thing on here because as I see this here, I think we should have some sort of a discoloration around this here. Wow, okay. That's handier than I thought it was going to be. Just sort of dry fitting that in place. I mean, I might still want to get at the pilot there, so here, I guess I'm going to have to throw some more blue tack on here just to hold you in place. Okay. Well, I guess that it doesn't really want to be held in place, so we won't bother with that. Now I can maybe come back in here with some of my lighter blues. Yeah, I think we'll do that a little bit. Tukale, this is pretty much the angle that this is normally set at here. There we go. I'm sure he's actually it does get mentioned in the I'm pretty sure that gets mentioned in the Midway movie. And I'm pretty sure that Bess tells him, don't shoot the tail off. I'm pretty sure he screams at Murray. He says, Murray, don't shoot our tail off. We need that. I could be wrong, but I think he does. It's been a little while since I've seen, well, the newer Midway movie. Obviously, not the old one. I was pleasantly surprised at the new Midway movie. I was expecting the worst. So Deuce, thanks for a little bit of Jeeves and a little bit of Birdie. Right, Deuce? Thank you so much for hanging out. So yeah, Tukale, the Battle of Midway is arguably the most, it could be the most important battle of these, well, at least the war in the Pacific. It was the battle that changed everything, because it was just 6 months and a few weeks. No, actually, it was just 6 months after Pearl Harbor. And it changed the entire complexion of the war. So Pendrake, the new one, it begins at Pearl Harbor. Well, actually, it begins before Pearl Harbor. It actually begins with a U.S. naval attaché officer talking with Yamamoto. It was probably about 1938 or so. I'm sure it was, talking about the Washington Naval Treaty, all that kind of stuff. And it does do the Doolittle raid. It takes you through the Doolittle raid. But they really wanted to explain, and of course, some of the most important words of the Second World War. AF needs water. So it takes you through the code breaking process. Well, I mean, not the process of it, but the importance of it and what that meant. So obviously, some folks here maybe not so familiar with the Battle of Midway. And the reason why the Doolittle raid is associated with it is that the Japanese Army and the Japanese Navy were always at each other's throats. And Yamamoto had proposed a decisive battle thing where he wanted to basically draw the U.S., what remained of the U.S. forces, to a battle in the open sea where they could destroy them. And the Army said, no, we've got our own plans. But then the Doolittle raid was so embarrassing for the Army that they decided to let Yamamoto do his operation. And of course, in typical Japanese style, it was way too complicated. There was way too much stuff going on. And they sent a huge fleet up to the Aleutian Islands as a feint. But the U.S. had been cracking the Japanese codes. And to confirm that they had actually cracked the Japanese codes, they had the island of Midway send an uncoded message that says, we're out of water. Our desalination stuff is not working anymore. And the code breakers got this message that said AF needs water, because they knew that Japan was going to be doing this big operation. They didn't know where. And they knew that the Japanese had coded Midway Island as AF. So they had Midway say, hey, look, we need water. It was an innocuous message. And basically, the Americans could set a trap. Now, the Japanese, they brought 4 of their fleet carriers. The U.S. only had 3. And of course, well, technically 2.5, because Yorktown had been damaged at the Battle of the Coral Sea, and as far as Japan knew, that had been sunk. So Japan thought that the U.S. still only had 2 operational carriers when they actually had 3. And they went ahead with this operation, and the Americans knew where they were coming from. They knew what they were going to do. They knew the strength. And they set a trap. It still almost went totally south. It almost went totally bonkers. And in fact, the battle went absolutely horribly for the U.S. for most of the time, until a Japanese destroyer, which had been dealing with something else, was racing back to join the main body of the fleet. And they followed the ship right into the Japanese fleet. And then, of course, you had all of the torpedo bomber strikes, which went horribly wrong. You had the B-17 raids, which did absolutely nothing, but they did cause the fleet to scatter a little bit. And they also caused the Japanese to change their minds. Instead of ordering another land strike, or, they would go land, okay, we see some ships. Are we going to attack the ships? So they were constantly going back and forth, ships or land targets. And then, of course, now it has been so-called debunked of late that the torpedo bombers brought the Zeros down to sea level, which allowed the Dauntlesses to basically come in unannounced. But Japanese did have a tendency towards a wee bit of glory hunting, so it's very possible that they were just interested in racking up some easy kills on those Devastator torpedo bombers. And fortunately, even when they were, they had that 15 minutes of Japanese carriers going boom, it was still very possible that one of the carriers could have gotten away scot-free. But Richard Best saw that one of the carriers, nobody was going after it, so he took 2 other planes and himself, which ideally you want like 12 to 18 planes going after one target. Because, well, aside from being shot at the whole time, a ship can dodge 3 planes. It can't dodge 12 or 18. Now, I have listened to the Sabatone Midway song. It's not one of my favorites. It's so funny because there's so many of their other songs that I really love, and the Midway song is not my most favorite one of theirs. I don't know. I'll have to maybe listen to it again and give it another try. All right, so our canopy definitely looking like it belongs here now. We're going to continue to add a few more lights to it. So until that point with Midway, now of course you have to consider that the Essex class carriers and the Iowa class ships, those were all under construction already. So it could have, there was a lot of stuff being built. But when the Japanese lose 4 carriers in a single day, and you're building 12 to 16 new carriers yourself, and Japan cannot rebuild those because they don't have the industry for it. That really made a massive change because at that time, just like Yamamoto said, he said, I can run wild for 6 months, maybe a year. And that's what he said to the army, to the IJA. But he said eventually their production is going to catch up to us. Let's see. I'm also trying to think, when was the Great Marianas Turkey shoot? Was that 43 or 44? I think that was 43, the Great Marianas Turkey shoot. That was 43. And also, too, the only real decent plane that the U.S. had was this one. The torpedo bombers were absolutely obsolescent and horrible. And, well, your Wildcats were okay. Obviously, new aircraft were being designed and worked on and everything else, but at that time, the Japanese, they had an awful lot of superiority, and well, their torpedoes were certainly better. They were certainly better than the U.S. torpedoes. The Japanese long lance torpedoes, that's right. U.S. torpedoes had a tendency to just kind of bounce off of things, which is less effective than things that go boom. Electron, yeah, now we had a chance to just sort of dry fit the canopy on there. Again, there is a decal of the cockpit controls that I would like to be able to at least have on there, maybe. Gonna see if I can do some more on our other pilot here, or on our gunner back here. So, gonna throw some more of this out here, and looks like we still have some of our lighter color too, so we can use that. Hey, Bithron, how you doing? So I hope that the terrain ended well for you last night. And yes, we are finally getting a chance to do our dauntless dive bomber. We talked about it. We wanted to do it. We're finally getting a chance to actually paint this thing. We ended up doing all of it in acrylics because there was just no way I was going to be able to hold on to this thing and do the oil paint. So just the reality of the situation said it's got to be acrylics, which worked out well because we actually got a chance to use the Green Stuff World liquid pigments on something that wasn't a base for literally the first time ever. This is hilarious. I think I might have used them partially once on a tree man type of a figure. Still not the same thing. Here, let's see if I can't lighten this up a smidge more. Better that my internet is working. I've been working on your blacksmith. Yeah, no pictures. So, yeah, Bithron, sorry to hear about the internet being troublesome there. So, yeah, the Barbarossa thing could have maybe worked if they had turned certain places into more of a vassal state, like, say, Belarus and Ukraine was all set to, they were all set to join in on the fun, but they kind of had a different agenda, so that was kind of doomed to fail. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I suppose there's ways to simulate what might have happened if, especially Ukraine, was almost just, well, turned against the the same folks that had killed lots of them. There's Kathy going to sleep now. Here, let's get a little more of a reddish color on his skin right here. It's always interesting to see pictures of like, well, your technical type drawing views of Bismarck, Yamato, and Iowa, and you see the very different hull types, and you see that long, skinny Iowa because it has to squeeze through the Panama Canal. And you see the Yamato, which is practically like 2 Bismarcks wide. Well, almost 2 Iowas wide in comparison. All right, I think we've got... what the heck? I'm going to see if I can put a little reflection on the underside of the goggles there. Big Jim Slate is still there. So hopefully you guys had a chance to hang out a little bit in the Discord then. I'm just trying to get at his face there. The wings are a little bit in the way, as you might imagine. I think I could finally get at this now. Found a way in. And there were some colossal mold lines on these, on the crew here. And where's the paddles guy? Because there actually was, of all things, here they are. So yeah, there's this will give you kind of an idea of the amount of flash that's on this. Look at this thing. This is that's pretty horrendous. Look at this thing. So that is what I was shaving down at like 3-something o'clock this morning, desperately trying to get that going. So yeah, there's your paddles guy right there. And you even have the there it is. There's his backdrop. Oh, and you even had a little tote there for the bomb, and an extra bomb over there. So I think we got our canopy go. There's a couple of little areas there that I'm going to try and tighten up on. Of course, this is acrylic and our paint has dried, so we shall do this again. Here, let's put out some more. I'm going to try and get this horizontal thing right there. Just a little bit of light on that. Right here. Good enough. Not a bunch, just that much. Matt Tukali, I knew it was I was going to be in for a little bit of a rough time when I saw that much flash on there. Now, fortunately, it was mostly on the pilots and not so much on the plane itself. Still, didn't make that any easier. Okay, can I hold him this way? Yes, I can. Hopefully you could see this. Just imagine you're a Japanese pilot trying to follow these guys down to water level. Which I think I did actually get a photo. That's right, my bolt action battle report that I did where I actually had the Stuka. I actually was able to take a picture somehow, and just imagine this is light. Imagine a plane of this size because it was a Stuka, but entirely resin, solid resin, the whole thing. That weighed a ton. And I'm sitting there basically holding the edge of the wing with like 2 fingers, trying to hold the camera and basically try and shoot some film of it heading down towards the table surface. That was a little bit nerve-wracking. Let's see if I can't get a little more of my white here. Might even grab another brush so I can do some dry brushing of this, and that might just be this guy right here. That's it. Ah, there we go. That's what I needed to do. So we'll just, again, it's sort of a bleached bone, sort of white there. A little bit of dry brushing. We'll use our finger, move that around. That's what I was hoping to see right there. Okay, we've got our exhaust. Ah, another area where somehow didn't quite get enough of our white in too, but we'll do that. Oh, that's probably for a flying stand or something. I'm like, as I was looking at this thing, there was nothing for this here. That's probably for some kind of a flying stand, I'm guessing, which is not part of the kit, so I'm not quite sure what you're supposed to do there. But yeah, there was no flying stand with this. Ah, that's the other thing I needed to do. I knew I was forgetting something on the underside here. So more of our white here. And it's right along this end. Oh, it looks like we're able to get some of the, yeah, some of the rivets to show up a little bit more too. Okay. And same on this side. We'll let the... Come on. I just want to get the tail hook there. It's a little bit of lighter color on it. Good enough. Now I'm going to go over the top of this again, see if there's some more of the little rivets that I can pick. Oh, yeah. Definitely see my rivets a little bit better here. So this brush a little bit softer than the other one, but better condition this really well first, and that means just get rid of as much of this paint as we can. Now, still, there we go. That's more like it. That's better. And that's just right. Uh-huh. Because we did the dark stuff over the little rivets right here, and I was hoping to be able to come back and bring a little bit of light over the top of that, and just did work. Remember, we darkened this down. Bring back some of the rivets again. We did that over here too. Lighten that up again. All right, that worked out. Golian, this is a 1/48 scale, and it is Revell of all things, and it's an old Revell kit. Oh my gosh, it goes back a long ways, I'm sure. Where's our little instructions here? There we go. So that's an old Revell kit. It was not terribly expensive. Got it on Amazon years ago, and of course we had to do a lot of changing of things because the decals were from Guadalcanal and also New Zealand. We didn't need any of these. So yeah, we basically, well, we might use this in our cockpit right here. Outside of that though, we had to basically draw by hand all of the insignia. And there's the star little pattern that I traced out. Well, I drew it out and then cut it out so that I could replicate it many times. It is not the first 1/48 scale aircraft where I had to take that drastic action. In fact, all of the 1/48 scale aircraft I've done, I've had to do all of the insignia by hand. That's not the easiest thing to do, to say the least. Dave, I'm sure, well, It's hard to say because would I have had to do this dry brushing over the lighter areas here? Because the oils might not have covered those as much, or I could have wiped more of it away. It's hard to say. The problem, as like you say, and what we've been talking about, is clearly I've had to grab this thing everywhere. Uh, yeah, Electron, and I was telling people about that. I've been using the micro set and the microsol, all that kind of stuff, and it does not. Sometimes it works a little bit. Now, let's see. Did we? I mean, we used the decals on here, but obviously, I made sure I avoided any rivets of any kind. Yeah, so no rivets there, and it was the same thing here with our Soviet tank. I made sure that there was wide open areas for the decals. Now, of course, now Warlord does decals for French tanks, but there were no decals when I was painting. My Somme was here, so I had to do all of that. That was all done by hand. Actually, this was all painted with the oil paints. Yeah, that was all done with the oils there. And now this is for our Narvik campaign. That's a French Foreign Legion right there in Anorak. And oh yeah, we do have. I forgot about. We have some of our Molotov toting Russians here. I think we got some more of those guys. So yeah, that was part of our very first army painting series. And do we have the? Where is? Ah, here he is. There you go. There's your Soviet officer. Oh, thanks, Electron. Now, Electron, have you seen the episode? Now, of course, it wasn't a live session, but it was a video where I painted the Panzer II. It was either Panzer I or Panzer II, but it was my ruined or wrecked Panzer I, or it was I did both of them, but one of them ended up on YouTube, and I can't remember which one it was. I think it was probably the Panzer II, maybe. Could be, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was the Panzer I. But actually, I sculpted those out of Sculpey clay because I was not going to take a $30 tank kit just to use it as a burned out terrain piece. And I know it's in my bolt action stuff here. I think it's one of our battle report pictures here. So we're almost there. No, not that one. There you go. So see that Panzer II sitting right there, all burned out. That's actually made out of Sculpey clay because I said it'll take me an hour to sculpt this out of Sculpey, and it'll be about 50 cents worth of Sculpey clay, and poof, that's it. See, where's there some of our early war? Joe, there's our late war. Oh, there's our some of our North Africa campaign. There's some of our early war German stuff. Look at that, a mighty 38T. Actually, one of those was painted in oils, one was painted in acrylics, and the other one was painted entirely in weathering powders. Seriously, not kidding. Painted entirely in weathering powders. Oh, thanks, Electron. Appreciate that. Let me see. I'm going to take a little bit of my white here. Not too much water on it. And I think I will see if I can't get the edge of the canopy here in just a couple of spots. Yeah. Almost did the show where maybe not necessarily paint worn away, but there we go. It's better. Get this side too. So we'll probably use some kind, like I said, our wood glue or whatever. to get that to stay in place, because that's not going to fog up anything. I don't know if I'm going to be doing more of these monoplanes. Maybe I'm going to have to find that special super glue that doesn't fog up plastic windows. Oh yeah, Electron. It was really fun using the powder pigment. Oh, but geez, Electron, now we could practically turn those into oil paints, right? We can mix them with just some linseed oil. We could turn those weathering powders literally into oil paints. I mean, it wouldn't be any different than what we did with the fluorescent oil paints that we made out of the powders. I have to say that is the one fun thing about no primer being on the plastic canopy there, is it's like, oh, I can just wipe that away. There's nothing gonna make it stick there. So Bithron, it's a special thing. It actually says, it's a super glue that is meant, and it's not just your regular kind of plastic cement that's been around forever. It's supposed to be a new type of a product. I think I might have seen an advertisement for on Instagram or Facebook or something like that. Maybe it was Mig Ammo or whatever, and it was a new product. Doesn't fog up clear windows or clear pieces. And it was definitely something new. I just unfortunately I can't remember what the heck it was, or even who made it. So it was some kind of basically clear plastic safe super glue of some kind. Now, of course, they claimed it was. Who knows if it actually is? But if we are going to be painting more of the more planes, maybe we have to look into that. Of course, well, the Sturmovik and the 262, those are not exactly small planes either. So those will also be a challenge to fit on screen. Yeah, they're not exactly tiny little planes. I guess we'll see if we can't find a way. What's really funny is to see 1/48 scale sailors, or not, sorry, 1/700 scale sailors. They are literally as tall as this thing is tall here. I mean, it's this infinitesimally tiny little thing. You could literally just like stand them on the end of the machine gun barrel there. They are that tiny. But they make them, and they make them, well, recognizable as different navies. And then the what was it? The Cruel Sea ships that are 1/350 scale. The sailors weren't exactly big on those ships either. They were pretty darn small. All right, Nosferatu, you have a good one. So there, Bithron has discovered. Looks like Bithron has discovered the canopy glue that we were talking about. So Electron, I do have a 1/48 scale. What is it? B25. I think I might also have a 1/48 scale B17 now. Yeah, I think I do. What I really want to find though, not so much interested in the bombers so much. I want to find some transport planes. So actually, it would be, well, heck, even uh, a D3, a Douglas or something like that would be kind of helpful too. Here, let's do something like this. See if we can get you to stay on there a little bit better. Perhaps. There we go. I mean, it doesn't have to stay on there permanently or anything like that. Yeah, I think we could use a little bit of weathering right along here. Maybe even here too. Yeah, let's ding that up a little bit there. Oh, that sounds painful. That does sound very painful, Dave. I'm trying to think of what it was the first time where, and obviously it wasn't it was just like a flying base kind of thing, right? It was with the clear plastic tube or something like that, and I just glued it to the base. It was not consequential at all, but it was a wake up there. Wasn't expecting it to be all foggy. And that was when we first learned, fortunately in an inconsequential way, that yes, the super glue is going to fog up your anything that is clear plastic. All right, let's move some of this stuff out of your line of sight so that's a little less distracting there. Yeah, I can only admit, oof, gee whiz, yeah. Now, of course, with 3D printing, I would certainly have loved to be able to 3D print this thing. It would have been a lot easier to deal with, I'm sure, than trying to deal with the mold lines and then fortunately the two halves fit together reasonably well. I was convinced that they weren't, and I was going to have to somehow find a real quick way of filling those gaps at 4 o'clock in the morning. But fortunately, that didn't happen. Now, this is not the Green Stuff World liquid pit. This is just regular old Reaper black paint right there. Very much thinned down. And just looking at where the canopy is, especially where these, you know what, I should probably do one here too. Maybe not as pronounced, but your water is going to kind of come down this way. Do some kind of staining there. I think we've got this side a little bit better already. Well, obviously you would have to orientate it the right way so you could get your supports on there. But you can definitely print in clear resin, right? That's for sure. Yeah, actually, Dave, there is, I believe there is, I have no interest in it, but I'm pretty sure I've seen it, just kind of as I look for my other resins, I'm pretty sure I've seen that. I'm sure there must be some kind of really clear 3D printing resin out there. Fortunately, it's not really something that I'm going to need. I'm going to go back to a little bit of a dark here because he's got to separate his chin strap from the, there we go. That's better. It's like, nope, that needs a little bit of separation right there. Mannix says that there are vacuum form replacement canopies, and it's a monocure resin. Now I could see folks that maybe they're really good at the LED stuff. They print out whatever it is, terrain or whatever the object is. They print that out in some kind of clear resin or maybe even resin that's got a little color to it. And if they print it out hollow, they can stick some LEDs in there. And now they've got, instead of having to, the proverbial hollowed out space marine, right, where you have to try and dig all the whatever out of the space marine to be able to light up a well, probably not his power sword, because that would be really tough to, well, it'd be easy enough to print out, that's for sure. So again, not going to fool around with the inside of the die break there. I know with the kit that I had, they actually wanted you to paint the inside of those sort of a reddish color, almost like kind of an iron oxide red or whatever. I was not going to be doing that. If these flaps could have moved, but you know, having done this kit one time, obviously if I was to assemble it again, I'd have a little bit better of idea what it was they were trying to do. Like even with the wheel assembly here, the instructions weren't really great on that at all. And of course, let me try and find my brush again here that just fell out of my hand. Needless to say, things are in very different places from where they usually are. Makes it a little extra interesting, to say the least. I think, oh, that's right. I was hoping to paint something a little bit larger than the skinks after doing the giant piece of terrain, knowing that this was coming, and I knew it was going to be large. But, well, it meant really changing the area around a ton. All right, back to some white here. I'm going to see if I can't on the top of his goggles here get some small light highlights. Now, this is where I do wish that I had the oils, but we don't. Yeah, see, there's paint on the brush, but nothing is staying on the miniature. That's not going to happen with the oils, but that happens all the time with acrylics, especially when you have a whole bunch of fans going, trying to get air circulated around. Let me see, I think we're all caught up on the chat. I'm going to go back in a couple places here on my markings and maybe bring out a few of the rivets with some lighter color here. And by lighter, I mean my bleach bone white. See if that's possible. Seems that way. Our wings, going to do the same here. Like right there, that just kind of looks more like a watermark. Going to see if I can't play with that a little bit here. It's like even here, I can set my hand on these guys. I was going to do those in oils originally, at least. Thinking like, oh yeah, because that way I can do my blind blending and everything else. Well, wouldn't have been so good, especially now that I got my hands sitting on top of them right now. Back to some more of our lighter tone there. Now I'm tempted to maybe try and throw that crazy decal on here so that I can maybe get my canopy on there. Of course, there's a piece of blue tack that fell down into the... where did that end up? Yeah, let's get this canopy out of here. No, I guess it didn't. Maybe it didn't. All right, canopy away. And I'm gonna grab, where's that decal thing here? So they want this going in there. There's a part of me that's tempted to just cut this out and glue it on there instead of screwing around with the decal part of it. In fact, I'm not quite sure how the heck that's even supposed to go on there. You know, I do have somewhere here. Aha. The tweezers. Yeah, that thing just kind of hangs off of there. That's nuts. That's really crazy. So I'm tempted to just do something like this. Crazy as it sounds, I might just glue this puppy on there. It's not like I'm going to be painting over it or nothing. So, yeah. Because the plastic basically ends about there. There's nothing to support the rest of this. So I'm going to try that. Who knows if it's going to work at all, but we'll give it a try. Let's just throw some glue on this here. And where'd that go? Here it is. And let's see what happens. That's gonna be difficult. Well, it looks like it's we have some contact there. Let me see if I can grab another one of my pins here. Well, that's gonna have to do it. Which means now we could actually maybe try to glue this thing on. Let's see. They make 3D printed decals for instrument panels now. Galen, is there like I can't remember if there's a special printer paper, but a couple of people I know, they think they've actually printed out their own little decals. I could swear that they did. Let me see. I think we're all caught up on the chat now. All right, I'm just going to throw a little glue out here. And we'll throw a little bit of that on the edges of this, and we'll see if we can make that work. And I'm sure we've got ourselves a little bit of a messed up brush that we can use to throw a little bit of glue on here. I had even thought about the hot glue. After all of our success with hot glue with our terrain stuff. But I think we won't do that. I guess we can get a little glue out here too. Albithron, what's the thing that the guy does that makes all the burrows and badgers terrain? He uses is it Yoo-hoo glue or something like that? But he doesn't stick it on there right away. He lets it get tacky or something first. I was thinking of doing that with this here. So instead of just sticking this on here right away, I think I'm actually going to let that sit for maybe a minute or two. And I mean just a minute or two. And then we'll see what happens. I thought it was Gorilla Wood. Well, this is wood glue. It's not Gorilla Glue. It's probably Loctite or something like that. All right, we don't have much glue on there. And we'll just hold that in place for a little bit there. And then we'll just paint some more stuff there. It looks like Flight Sim is mounting some rubber pedals. It's been a nightmare so far. That doesn't sound like much fun. Oh, what was it that, oh yeah, doing the open cut views of tanks. That's right. That's what somebody was doing, and they tormented him about doing the cut views of tanks. Here, I'm going to have to keep pressing this down here. That's still going to want to keep pulling away, unfortunately, there. So we'll have to do something else to make that stay there. So unfortunately, not quite strong enough there. Let's see if we can do this without getting stabbed by scissors. And I move these things before I get stabbed by them. Let's make sure I don't have any glue on my fingers there. And let's give this another try here. And we'll hold that down. So I'm not surprised that this thing doesn't really want to fit on here. Again, it's not the most amazing kit in the history of kits. But I think it was maybe about $15 or something. So it was a bargain, I think, especially for how much fun that I've had working on this thing. I'm going to do some more stuff maybe on the wheels down here and on the landing gear. But I wasn't quite sure how long I was going to have to work on the top section, which obviously is a little bit more important, right? Well, we're not going to turn this upside down just yet. That's probably not a good idea because this still doesn't want to stick here. So I might just hold that down while I actually try to do some painting here. And who knows, we might just take that thing off of there again and try something else at another time. But I should, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab a little bit more of my primer color out there. And we do have some lighter paint. So that's just primer, a little bit of that off-white whatever. And as I hang on to the canopy there, I'm going to do a little bit of a lighter work here on the cowling. Doing a little bit of stippling action here, mostly because having to file this and sand it down, it created some rough areas. Just trying to smooth some of those out here. It's think of it like with the oil paints, where sometimes we're doing some freehand or whatever, and the paint doesn't necessarily want to stick, even with the whole thick over thin. That's what I'm doing. Just a little bit of a little bit of stippling right there. So that still doesn't quite want to stick there, unfortunately. Like I said, we may have to just think of something else to get that to stay on there. So we won't be turning that upside down anytime soon here. Probably not the best idea. What I might be able to do is go after a couple of these panel lines. I'm going to lighten this up now, because there's a panel line here too, and actually does get rid of the seam. The more I lighten these kind of things up, the more that seam goes away, so don't mind that. That just pulls the eye away from those seams. Give it something else to look at besides the fact that there's a seam right there. Back to that white, but a little bit of the primer. And yes, you can make whatever color primer that you need. Just take a little bit of paint and tint your primer. You could also use, or the ghost tints. You could use some of the ghost tints that Badger makes. I've painted entire busts and figures with essentially nothing but primer and ghost tints. If you don't believe me, it's right there on the YouTube channel. And if you were at Gen Con a couple of years ago, you saw me actually painting an entire half human head sized bust entirely with nothing more than primers and ghost tints. And using an airbrush too, of all things. So it was quite the occasion. And Bithron has just posted some pictures of his blacksmith shop there. Yeah, so Bithron, hopefully you're not too trepidatious about doing some object source lighting there, man. That would be really nice to see. Heck, that's one of the reasons why I gotta make a blacksmith, so that I can actually have some, well, outside of a building on fire, it would be nice to have that by the forge, right? All right, so now that's starting to look a little bit more like an actual cockpit window there, instead of just whatever. Now here I'm going to just use my primer. Is that going to be too light? Yeah, I'm going to need some of my original blue here, unless that's all. That one is not dried up yet. There's still a little bit of that left, which is good because then I can sort of paint over some of the glue that got on the edge. Like so. Good enough. And now I'm going to do the same thing I did on that front part of the canopy / windscreen. Yeah, so you was doing your the base coating part of it earlier. And sorry if I missed any of the early morning messages. There was such an emphasis placed on getting this thing ready to go. I would like to get a bit of a, like there, okay? Yeah, so now the glass kind of just becomes glass. Well, plastic anyway, becomes glass. And then comes the challenge of trying to photograph this thing. Speaking of, Pitron's talking about taking pictures of things. I'll just have to figure out the best way of photographing this guy. Might just use some white pieces of illustration board or something like that. Of course, it would be interesting to do the to have just a regular old background. Of course, we haven't done this in a while either, which is always especially fun, given the nature of this right here. A little bit of film noir, right, for our 1942 Dauntless Dive Bomber. Hey, Laminess, how are you doing? Actually, Laminus, we've been talking a lot about finding 3D printable models for, well, not just aircraft like this, but also things like, say, the Galactica, and wondering, are there any 3D printable models of Galactica or Pegasus or something like that? I don't often have a lot of success searching either My Mini Factory or Thingiverse. I know I must have lost the page that I had saved where I had the Corsair ships. I actually found some amazing Corsair ships. Hopefully maybe I sent that link to Bithron or something like that. And just hey, look at this. Oh no, actually, never mind. Bithron, you sent a link to me, I think, with some ships. That's right. You sent me that link and it was, that's why I didn't, okay. Yes, I think I can backtrack that. Looks like the canopy's actually going to stay there. Maybe we can actually turn this upside down soon. Let's see, at Auto World Store on round
Hello,
2
little
models.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
And thank you so much, YKCJ. Thank you very much. He's like, hello, little hobbits. He's like, don't do it. Oh, come on. It's not like I'm going to say fly, you fools. Got him again. Wow, Trixie Gandalf just got, he bested Richard Best once again. He's been besting Richard Best the entire night with that. Maybe it's because the gun points out the back instead of out the front. Yeah, Bithron, you sent me the link, and I think that's why I didn't save the page. Because it was that same guy, just a different model set. Because I think you sent me the link, it was like kind of your traditional sort of a galley type of a thing. And then I just looked a couple of pages into his thing, and all of a sudden there it was. Basically a Corsair ship looking right back at me. And I said, I gotta get me some of that. Of course, I need to start playing around with things like Blender. And I know, Laminess, you were you using both Blender and Mesh Mixer? I almost said Mess Mixer. Let's see. Alba Vazen says they have an entire Space 1999 set. And the Battlestar Galactica models at Andy's Hobby HQ. Okay. Oh, you know what? Yeah, the Space 1999 thing. That I remember that. I don't remember the show hardly at all, but I remember as a kid really liking the Space 1999 ship. I'm not sure I ever even watched the show. It's entirely possible I never watched the show. Because I think, well, I know one or both of them is just, it's free, right? Don't have to shell out cash to get any extra bonuses. But something just tells me, even if I'm just cutting files down, right? Because that's what you're using it for. You say, well, yeah, I'm just going to cut that. I'll cut that piece off and do my own supports or whatever. Turn you around again. Try not to run into that prop. Get a little smidge of lighter color on the top edge of this. Did you just say Dinobots? I'm watching Beast Wars currently. I don't think I ever saw, nope, never saw Blake 7. I do think Kathy in the early days, she did have me watch what the, oh, Red Dwarf, right? That's what it was, Red Dwarf. Which was then really weird to see the guy that was on Red Dwarf be on Midsummer Murders playing some really nasty dude, like a really nasty character. But of course, that's your British TV, right? Let's see. Luminous says GameBody.com models Galactica ship. Well, yep, it makes sense, Luminous, right? I just for something I saw on Instagram a couple of FDM printed ones, so I just wasn't sure if there was anything that was really suitable for printing on an Elegoo, but well, that would be something to potentially take into mesh mixer or whatever. Cut it down to size into printable bits. Gonna lighten up a little bit more of the star right here. We stained it pretty good with the those liquid pigments from Green Stuff World. And now my blue that I painted here, it's nice and set back because all of the rivets show through on it. I think when I started painting these on here and I saw all the rivets texture coming through there, I said, "Oh my gosh, there's not enough microsol in all the universe to be able to get that texture to come through there." It does come in SLA DLP version. And Megan is still around. So Megan, hopefully you guys have you guys been able to play some games this weekend so far? Still hoping to get a chance to at least try to do a game of War of the Ring, at least a partial game, just to kind of get used to. I've seen a bunch of playthroughs, but that's not the same as playing it yourself. All right, on these, there's these four guys here. I'm gonna see if I can't. Oh, that's right. There's there are decals that go here. Let me look and see. I'm not gonna put the stupid decals on there. That's it, and I'm sure that's for your fuel and stuff. Let me look and see. They probably got that on here. So 13 on that one, 13 on that one. Okay, that's probably on the decal sheet then, I guess. All right, now I know what goes there. Let's get some red. As I'm doing that, I'm thinking, I think I'm going too crazy painting around all this stuff. Why am I doing this? Well, that's, here, let me grab a little bit of my black soot. I knew there was something I was missing. And it's these four guys right here. Let's give them a little smidge of red. Nothing on my finger there. I'm not going to make that a terribly bright red either. I mean, seriously, do I need a decal to paint a red dot inside a clearly defined red dot? I'm thinking not so much. This I can do. And thanks so much. Armored Wolf has posted the link to the Patreon page where we did post a video earlier today. Ironically enough, speaking about acrylics, it was a video showing a few things we have never actually showed in a video before. So we were painting acrylics over oils, we were changing a color scheme, and we also featured our Army Painter Anti-Shine in the first video ever. No big deal. It's just I hadn't actually done that before. All right, and I'm going to look at... All right, so the other ones don't get anything. Good to know. What was 17 there? Oh, what is 17 on the decal? Oh, okay. All right, so that's the fuel drain over there. So yeah, these things right here, okay, that is something that, I could use that decal, that's fine. But again, red dots, I'm going to say I can paint a red dot with a clearly defined rim around it. So we're good on the red dots now. And that's pretty much the same color as what would have went there anyways. So there you are. Which means maybe we do a smidge of some kind of weathering around those. Keep it nice and subtle like that. Yeah. Same thing on this. Don't want to go too crazy on raising up that panel line, but maybe a little bit. Could not hurt. Right here behind it too. Maybe a little more water. The Green Stuff World liquid pigments, gotta say, they don't mind being thinned down. I know like the contrast paints and stuff, they always don't use water to thin them down. Maybe because they just want to sell lots of contrast medium, which I remember you couldn't get that at all. Almost was it? It was 2019 when they came out with the contrast paints, wasn't it? Yes, it was. It was right around this time. It was June 15th, in fact. I'll never forget. Looks like Luminous also found some more BSG on Thingiverse. Yeah, I got to go back to Thingiverse. I kind of did some searching on there. Wasn't really enthused at what I saw. And then people suggested my mini factory. And I think we managed to find some things there. But I don't know, maybe I have to go back to Thingiverse and just kind of take another look around, see what's out there. More darks around my whatever we have there. I'm sure that's just some kind of a fuel port or whatever. I like bringing out the edge of that a little bit more. And then maybe some of these little rivets here. Now these, maybe we do a little bit of opposite world here. We have the rivets scraped away so it's dark underneath there. Maybe something like that. No, Luminous just keeps finding all kinds of Thingiverse stuff. Oh, what is that? Your proverbial rabbit hole there, the Thingiverse search. You can never quite know what kind of interesting things you might find there. Here, I think I can get rid of that piece and clear out some of this stuff. A little less distracting there. Yeah. Yeah, again, I know we're kind of zoomed in a little bit close here on this, but it'll make it a little easier for you to see what we're actually trying to paint here. And being zoomed out, there'd be so much paraphernalia around the outside, you'd be too distracted anyways. More panel line here. Again, the more that I'm able to make this stand out, the more that seam goes away. And that's actually, I'm really pleased at how that seam has kind of disappeared now. I was very worried about that last night. Now I was thinking, man, that seam is going to just be visible from space. And still using the Green Stuff World liquid pigments here. Now that's another weird artifact there where the tail doesn't go all the way up there. Obviously that's something I'll have to just sculpt in with whatever. There's not much I can do. That was more than just some simple filler could do in the wee hours of the morning there. So again, I'm running a little panel line right through that. Back to some water here. And if you remember what we did, we darkened this down. We weren't able to do it in our typical oil painting fashion, right, where we just throw some darker color and spread it around. We had to use water and almost use more of a watercolor technique to get this dark spread all the way back here because we couldn't lighten that. If we lighten that, it just would make no sense whatsoever. Now here, I'm gonna draw in the panel lines because, well, I kind of zonked those with my files and such. There's a big seam there, so I had to really hit that hard with my files. But that's okay. I can draw that back in. We'll do some of that here too on some of these panel lines. Ever so slightly there. Well, this is kind of on the bottom side of the panel lines. There we go. Just a couple of them. It's not drawn through the entire way. We'll get this side too. This might be a little bit easier maybe being right-handed, I think. Yeah. Luminous is having no luck looking for the Luminous. Now, what sort of creatures or characters are you looking for? Is it the type of race, or is it just, well, okay, it's a half orc, but I need a half orc with a +1 mastercrafted washboard or something like that? Because he's clearly an orc bard from Tennessee or something like that. I'm sure there's +1 washboard playing bards all over the D&D world. I only say that because I also had a bard that played a +1 mastercrafted washboard. That was Randall Snodgrass, the bluegrass bard. Okay, and I'm going to, this is another area where some of the rivets got wiped out. We'll draw in some of our dark there. So you need a gnome rogue, a dwarf cleric, and well, it's kind of funny because I'm sure there's probably some Reaper ones around that could potentially work for that, right? But then that kind of defeats the whole purpose of 3D printing, to be just buying miniatures. Yeah, now Lamines, the printing goes ever on. I'm obviously, well, not everything is modular. Like their most recent thing, that's it's not modular actually at all, really. They're new elves. It's pretty much for the kind of you're really just your line item troops. The special characters, not so much. Uh, do I want to lighten up some more on the can? I might just do that, yeah. Which means we're going to get some of our lighter color back out here again. Like so. And on this side here, yeah, because we did that side, how's about we do this side? So we still have our primer sitting out here. That should be light enough. Tukale, Stonehaven. I think I actually painted some miniatures for them when they did their very first Kickstarter. Speaking of gnomes, yes, that was Stormhaven, right? Yeah, Stonehaven. Yes, they did. It was gnomes. That was their first thing, or was it dwarves? Maybe it was dwarves, then gnomes. Ah, it was dwarves. Whatever their first thing was, that's I painted like at least a dozen of those when they were doing their Kickstarter campaign. Oh, here, let's soften that edge here. Same thing over here. Soften that up. But now the color looks like it's got some shape to it, right? Yeah, I think they did the gnomes after the doors. I just don't remember if I don't think they have 3D printable stuff, do they? The Stonehaven. I don't think so. It's getting a little bit confusing because there's more and more of the, well, like Arena Studios, right? There's more and more that are starting to offer both the cast versions and the 3D printable versions. I hope that there's a few companies that kind of see the light and start to offer that. I'm not talking about big guys. I'm talking about small guys that I kind of worry about because there's just, I don't know, in some ways they're under the impression that 3D printing is never going to get easier than it is now. And they're just a little bit too secure, I think. I think they need to be showing a little bit more concern for what 3D printing might be like even just a year from now. My guess is you'll be able to do some pretty amazing things. Let's see, Tukale is a halfling wizard. Okay, yeah, I thought they were all metal figures because that's all the stuff that I painted for him was all just metal figures. Ironically enough, I think their Kickstarter ran either right around the same time as ours or not long after ours was over. Boy, Kickstarter, that is not something I ever want to do again. All right, we've lightened that up almost enough. I'm going to do just a smidge more here. As much as I wanted to get some kind of a little bit of the aluminum chipped away at the end of that, don't think that was really going to work because that just needs to be too light there. Can't use a little bit of finger blending right there. Bit more here. Same over there. Potentially on this part of our... I just kept expecting the paint to stick there because I'm just so darn used to the oils and it was acrylic and it didn't really want to stick there. So we'll try it again. Now that surface is pretty darn rough because we were hitting that really hard with our files and such. So Tukale, if you look for on the blog and you search for Stonehaven, you should run across those. They should be on the blog somewhere. I might just, yeah, I'm gonna get a little bit of our lighter blue right around some of the, well, the new areas that we just painted with the red, and then hit with the not army painter, with the green stuff world liquid pigments. I might just do the same over here too. Same there and there. But those were painted a long time ago, so oof, that was many moons ago. I still, ironically enough, for whatever reason, I keep running into the little cards that came with them. And they're just like literally loose, floating around, and I'll move stuff around in the basement and then all of a sudden run across those things. And it's what the heck is that doing over there? And it's sure enough, it's one of those, it's one of the little character cards that they made. Oh, thanks, Tukla. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know how many I did. Now, I probably didn't necessarily post every single one to the blog. I know there was one like a female blacksmith or something like that. I know I think I did some object source lighting on the base on that. Could be wrong, but I think so. Just gonna do some small, like what we did over here. Gonna do some of that over here. Still using the green stuff world liquid pigments there. All right. Narissa Blackwater, Dwarf Necromancer. All right, there we go. So, well, that really, that did not work out too badly, did it? I'm gonna just zoom out here so that we'll get our light out of the way so that we can actually see the whole thing together here. Yeah, that worked out okay. Really surprised there. Here, I'm gonna zoom in back in a little bit closer there and get our light back into place. Well, a magnifier anyway. Light is not turned on right now. But I think what we are going to do is we are going to look for a rating partner here, since we have been able to do our little tribute here to the Dauntless. Yes, indeed. And just the way the camera is set up here, I don't have anything else that I can work on that's of this size. So normally that's what I would do, is pick up something else to work on here and just kind of continue on into the wee hours. But really surprised I was able to get this far this fast. Really surprised. And I do want to say thanks to everybody that hung around to watch our special little anniversary of the Battle of Midway. Again, the Richard Best SPD Dauntless Dive Bomber. And let's thank our moderator, Armored Wolf, too, because he was here the entire time. So thanks again, everybody. Here, let's see who we can do a little rating with here. Oh, there's Ben and Art. We just rated Art Plushie. Let's see what Ben is actually painting right now. So yes, let's head on over Ben's way. And let's thanks so much, everybody. I really do appreciate that. All the bitses and subs. There we are. That was a very different kind of a project, wasn't it? And we're just about ready for our raid. So thanks again, everybody.